Okay, we'll get today's meeting started. We'll just ask that all present rise, please.
Just ask everyone to make sure you've turned your devices to vibrate or to off, so we don't have any distractions during the meeting. And as traditional, we like to start our meetings off with the singing of O Canada. And we have one that we used at the last meeting, and this will be our default one when we don't have someone specific to do O Canada. So this one is a recorded performance featuring a number of Niagara Falls artists. Started as a creative Zoom call, it evolved into something really special, and it features layering of a number of local Niagara talented performers. In order of performance in the video, and I know for us in the room here, their lips and the words don't match up because that's the way we're streaming things, but I understand on TV it does, Sean, that's right? So it looks good for the people on TV. So the artists are Ashley Standish, Eve Adams, Big John T-Bone Little, Rafik Girgis, Valerie Borghese, Steve Burnside, and Maria Vitier. So kudos to the musicians for their creativity, sharing their talents with all of us. And Mr. Clerk, whenever you're ready, we'll start the O Canada rendition. Please be seated. Thank you to all of our performers. Okay, so first order of business, we're looking for an adoption of the minutes from the August 11th meeting. Moved by Councillor Pietrangelo, second by Councillor Strange. All those in favor? Okay, and that's approved. Disclosures of a pecuniary interest. Councillor Lococo and then Kerrio.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. The following two checks are payable to the Niagara Falls Art Gallery. I sit on the board as a member. Check 439257, July 22nd, 2020 for $2,333.33. Niagara Falls Art Gallery again, 440105, August 26th, 2020 for $2,333.34. One check payable to myself, 439408, July 29th, 2020 for $244.24, reimbursement of expenses. And I do have a conflict of interest on 9.4, downtown BIA additional members. There's outstanding employment issues with my spouse, and I have forwarded that all to the clerk.
Okay, thank you very much, Councillor. Councillor Kerrio.
Thank you, Worship. On CD 2020-5, the report on the Victoria Centre BIA proposed boundary expansion. I own a property in the area. I'm going to declare a conflict on that. And there's none of the pads out, Bill, there's none of the...
No pads, Mr. Clerk. Hey, sorry, folks, I'm just having a technical glitch here. My iPad won't open up the reports right now.
Yeah, mine wouldn't set.
No?
I went back, I refreshed it now.
Oh, okay. Maybe refresh. Any other disclosures? Councillor Pietrangelo.
Niagara Catholic District School Board, my employer, check 00302-0007 and check 00296-0009.
Thank you for that. Any other disclosures? Okay. I also have 2 checks. I just don't have the numbers in front of me. I can't access my iPad, so we'll continue along. So the next item for council is a disclosure, is the mayor's announcements.
Right off the bat.
Yeah, right off the bat, I figured let's start off with the most exciting part. First off, we'd like to acknowledge some birthdays. We've got Councillor Campbell. His birthday was August the 23rd. Councillor Kerrio, August the 15th. So happy belated to both of you. And of course, Councillor Thompson is up and coming, September the 24th. So I want to acknowledge all the birthdays. Unfortunately, we do have some obituaries. We did lose Dr. Stafford Dobbin, who was here not that long ago. We are acknowledging his efforts and 53 years of being a practitioner in town and involved in Heart Niagara and so many other things. Councillor Thompson, did you want to maybe make mention?
Thank you for bringing that up. In fact, under new business, I was going to bring it up to Dr. Stafford Dobbin has spent the last 40 years as a medical doctor, but started a Heart Niagara and has persisted in being totally involved in people in heart health throughout the city initially and then throughout the region, which is totally and completely unique. No place else is that done. And he has affected so many people in this region over the past 35 or more years. And I think it's appropriate to have him recognized appropriately. And I would make a motion to refer his name to the staff and come back at an appropriate time after all of the investigation with his Heart Niagara, Karen Stern, and I think that nobody would have a concern with respect to having his name set aside for history in this community. He was a great friend and a great citizen and medical doctor for this city. Thank you.
Thank you. So we've got a motion by Councillor Thompson, second by Councillor Strange, that we refer to staff something to come back to council. That's an appropriate acknowledgement of Dr. Dobbin's involvement and his career and community involvement within the city. If there's no further discussions, that we'll call the vote. All those in favor? Okay, and that's approved. Thank you. Continuing on, under obituaries, Julian Morin, father of Brenda Maggs of our Human Resources Department, passed away. Jim Strange, the father of Councillor Mike Stranges, passed away. And Sergio Maslin, father of Ron Maslin of our Fire Services Department. So our condolences go to all those who have lost someone and to their families. Some community updates. The Galassi family, some of you might have seen this in the media. It's a sad story, but sometimes with tragedy comes community uprising. So 51-year-old Sandra Galassi was the beloved mother in our community. She recently passed away due to her terminal illness, leaving behind 4 young children. Anthony, Michaela, Mateo, and Kaylina. The community has supported the family to the tune of nearly $50,000 through a GoFundMe page. And I believe there's the family on the screen you'll see. And the GoFundMe page, I'm not sure if we have that up on the screen. Mr. Clerk, do we have that for the screen? It's GoFundMe.com, and it's on Facebook, and it's Sandra Galassi final wishes if someone is doing a search. So she just passed away recently. Her oldest is 19 years old. So funds are much needed for repairs and upgrades to the family home. They're working with community partners and donors and trades, and we'll be coming back to council with maybe a bigger suggestion of what we could do for the family. So anybody that's looking to help the Galassi children through this difficult time, we encourage you to go to the GoFundMe page and pledge a donation. Moving down, also like to acknowledge the efforts and the great idea of having our slow down signs. And we've got some great input from Councillor Dabrowski. There's 270 signs in the community already, very effective. We have a lot of people calling about them. They love them. A lot of positive feedback and good uptake. And the message that we're giving to people is just don't leave it in one spot, because eventually people drive by and they don't see it anymore. They desensitize to your sign. So it's probably a good idea that you move it around your front yard so that people do notice it. I'd like to thank Councillor Wayne Thompson for representing the city at a 100th birthday party for Mrs. Beatrice Lori Mary Smith. So that's a lot of parts to that name. So thank you very much, Councillor, for representing us there. Some upcoming events. We've got the Parade of the Unknown Soldier. That'll be taking place at the Fairview Cemetery this Sunday, September the 20th. There'll be physical distancing and gathering requirements will be in place. It'll be a small outdoor service taking place at 11 a.m. And Remembrance Day, there will be a community observation. They'll be practicing safe protocols. Stay tuned for the alternate plans for this year. And lastly, our next council meeting will be Tuesday, October the 6th, right here in this council chamber. And at 4 p.m. That's right. Thank you, Mr. Clerk. At 4 p.m. And also for disclosures of a pecuniary interest, I do have my iPad functioning, and the two checks are 439,202 and 439,832 checks made out to myself. And Mr. Clerk, I will give this to you. Now we're going to move on to planning matters. Is that right, Mr. Clerk? Pardon me? Yes, I'm sorry, Councillor Pietrangelo.
Sorry, Your Worship. Just in terms of upcoming events, I know that there is an event, I believe, that's being sponsored by the Finance Department. It's going to be held at the Gale Centre on September 28th at 11 a.m. And what it's going to be is a tree planting in honor of Alex Louis, the young boy who passed away, whose mother works for the city of Niagara Falls. So I just wanted to mention that in case any staff members were able to attend the tree planting.
So again, that's going to be at the Gale Center?
At the Gale Center, yeah.
On the 28th of September?
28th, yeah.
And do we know what time?
11 a.m.
11 a.m.
Yep.
All right, that's great. That's great. Thank you for that. Yes, Councillor Kerrio.
When you were doing the birthdays, Your Worship, you forgot one. You forgot that I think you celebrated a birthday in the last couple of days, so happy birthday to you too as well.
Oh, thank you. I was supposed to just slide right by, so thank you.
That's what I was trying to do.
Councillor Lococo.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I know a lot of people have been asking about Halloween. I was wondering if you could touch on that as well.
Sure. Thank you for that. So yeah, I've received a number of inquiries about Halloween. So what I did reach out to Dr. Hergy, and he did respond, and he said he's right now working with Dr. Williams, the provincial Chief Medical Officer of Health. They're hoping to come up with a consistent message and a consistent idea. I know Bonnie Henry in BC said that they are, in fact, going to have Halloween. It's just going to look different this year. So we're not suggesting Halloween's canceled. We're suggesting it'll look different this year. So how it can be done in a safe way. So Public Health will get back to us on their suggestions on what to do. And I know there's a desire in the region that we all hopefully do the same thing. It doesn't matter that we do or we don't. I mean, in the past, I know I think last year St. Catharines canceled Halloween. I think it was last year, the year before, because of potential inclement weather that never ended up materializing.
Maybe they could wear masks.
Yeah, that'll be one night that everybody wears masks, right, outside. So regardless, I appreciate that, Councillor, and as soon as we hear back something conclusive from Dr. Hergy, then we'll definitely share that with Council. Thank you for that. Yes, Councillor Campbell.
Yes, Your Worship, I was going to bring it up under new business, but I think it's appropriate. At this point, I watched the new online show in August called The Atrium with Sheila Del Luca as she interviewed Victor Pietrangelo. As well, I'm looking forward to tuning into the Business Link Media Group's YouTube channel to watch the story of Mike Strange on Wednesday, September the 16th at 8 o'clock. Now, the purpose of the interviewing Mike and Vic was not because they are city council members. They ran 50 kilometers each on a really hot day in July to raise money and awareness for Community Crew to feed children's lunches at schools across the region. This is probably needed more than ever for our families in our communities who are struggling with the pandemic, and I wanted to congratulate them for that awesome effort.
Thank you for that. Any other announcements?
We're gonna do it in the winter next time.
Yeah, that was a hot day. Okay, so now we're gonna move along to our planning matters. And now I will ask our clerk if he'd please introduce the next item on the agenda.
A public meeting is now being convened to consider a proposed amendment to the city's zoning bylaw to permit a 4-story, 77-unit apartment building at 4210 Lions Creek Road. Notice was given by first-class mail in accordance with the Planning Act on August 14, 2020, and by posting a sign on the property in question. Anyone who wants notice of the passing of the zoning bylaw amendment, to participate in any site plan process, if applicable, or preserve their opportunity to appeal to the local planning appeal tribunal, shall give notice to the city clerk immediately after today's public meeting.
Thank you, Mr. Clerk. I would now ask our Director of Planning, Mr. Hurlovich, to please explain the purpose and the reason for the proposed bylaw amendment.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. The first application is a 4-story apartment building, which would serve as condominiums, located at the intersection of Lions Creek Road and Sodom Road in Chippewa. The property itself, to the northeast, is a place of worship. To the north is the Chippewa boat dock or boat launch, and to the west and to the east and to the south are single detached dwellings. The property itself is comprised of 2 properties and has an area of 1.08 hectares, about 2.5 acres. There are elevations showing here, so that the top elevation is the building as it would appear facing to the west, which would be the properties on Nassau Drive. It is a 4-story apartment building with 77 units. The layout of the property is the building is shown in yellow towards the north end of the property, and the green area is the landscaped area around that property, as well as the apartment building. There is surface parking to serve the building. Parking's been provided at the bylaw rate of 1.4 spaces per unit. The developer is looking for an R5B zone on the property, and he's looking for a number of special provisions relative to the standard zoning. So he's seeking a building height of 15 meters rather than 12 meters. So that's an increase of 3 meters. He's looking at the front yard depth facing Lions Creek Road of 7.5. That is the standard requirement for the R5B zone. However, because Lions Creek Road is an arterial road, there's a setback requirement from the center line, which would allow for road widenings. That road widening has already been taken, so that's not required. So the 7.5 meters is the bylaw standard. And then on Sodom Road, you're also looking for 7.5 meters setback. That is the standard. The road widening has already been taken along the most northerly section of that road allowance opposite the church. And then the site plan provides for a road widening extending the entire length along Sodom Road. And so again, that road widening is accounted for, and therefore we just can use the standard 7.5 meters setback. The developer wants to provide balconies on both sides of the building, but on the east side, the balconies would project into that exterior side yard by 1.3 meters. And so those are the changes from the standard R5B zone. The original proposal that the developer submitted for this property was for a 6-story building with 122 apartment units and 9 townhouse units. That would have necessitated an official plan amendment and zoning. We took that to the local residents. They were opposed to that development. The developer went back, he revised his application, brought back 2 4-story apartment buildings with a total of 135 apartment units. The public again was opposed to that. And so finally at the end of the summer, the developer submitted a application which is before you tonight, which is only for a zoning bylaw amendment. It would be for 1 4-story apartment building, which would have a height of 15 meters. And that's proposed towards the north end of the property, as was illustrated on the last slide. They've now reduced the number of units from 135 to 77, which would comply with the official plan. And they no longer are providing underground parking, but they are providing sufficient surface parking with a landscape buffer. Again, we've had a number of neighborhood open houses on these proposals. So the first 6-story proposal, residents expressed concern about height and density, the character of the building, sewage capacity, road safety, traffic infiltration, and the ability of fire services to fight fires rather. There were numerous letters of objection. I believe all of these have been included in the council agenda tonight. When the application was revised to 2 4-story buildings, we had a remote application. That is, the public joined us via COVID. And so we had 2 meetings to allow sufficient opportunity for everyone to participate. We were joined by 16 residents, as well as city councillors and regional councillors. The concerns of the public, that is, were exactly the same as the ones that are listed on this slide. So again, the applicant went back to revise the application to the one that you have before us, hoping to address the concerns of the residents about the height and density and the how it reflects with the neighborhood. We did post signs on the property as per the city's requirements, and a notice was published in the Niagara Falls Review. In reviewing this application, we found that the subject land is within the built-up area where intensification is directed. The form of residential intensification is promoted by the province, and this development will provide additional units and a diversity of housing options in the area. The slide shows the property is currently vacant. The official plan designates the lands as residential. The requested zoning complies with the official plan. Building heights up to 4 stories can be developed. A density of 74 units complies with the density requirement or provisions, which is a maximum of 75 units a hectare. The setbacks along with the landscaping will ensure that the surrounding detached dwellings are not overshadowed and that there is a gradation between the building heights. The landscape strips are proposed around the building and the parking area to buffer adjacent properties and to provide room for tree planting, landscaping, and fencing. The comments from our traffic and parking and the region's traffic and parking are that the road system can support the proposed development. And we have had confirmation that wet weather servicing capacity will occur, but at the site plan stage, they will have to provide a servicing study to show that the surrounding dwellings will not be adversely impacted. Reviewing the zoning bylaw request, the property is currently zoned in part residential 4, which is a grouped multiple dwelling zone, as well as a neighborhood commercial zone. The requested change is to the residential apartment 5B density, which I've reported on, and the departures are those for the setbacks from the center line of Lions Creek Road and Sodom Road. The increased building height was to accommodate a 4th floor in compliance with the official plan, and then the balcony projections of 1.3 meters have little mass and we do not believe would severely impact the streetscape because they are only on the Sodom Road side. Staff did note that there were significant measures taken in the site design to mitigate the impact of development on abutting residents. The site-specific regulations that we would recommend incorporating into the zoning, in addition to the ones that were requested, would be for a 3-meter landscape strip between the parking area and Sodom Road, between the parking lot and Lions Creek Road, a 6-meter wide landscape strip along the south lot line, and a 9-meter wide landscape strip along the west side, which would abut the rear yards of the residents on Nassau Drive. And then lastly, there would be a 2-meter wide landscape strip on the balance of the west lot line, and that abuts the one property that fronts onto Lions Creek Road. The setbacks of 19 meters from the nearest point of interior west lot line is recommended, and a 90-meter setback from the rear south lot line is recommended, again, to position that building as far away from existing dwellings as possible. So in conclusion, we found that the proposed development does conform with the provincial and regional policies. It complies with the official plan with respect to height and density for multiple unit dwellings on arterial roads. The compatibility with adjacent development will be achieved with building setbacks and landscaping. The proposed property is currently zoned for commercial and townhouse development, and the R5B zone permits an apartment building, and the existing requested regulations are appropriate to ensure that the development will be compatible. Therefore, staff is recommending that council approve the zoning bylaw amendment with the site-specific provisions as outlined to permit the 4-story 77-unit apartment building. Those are the highlights of the application.
Thank you very much. Mr. Hurlovich, are there any questions or comments of council? Yes, Councillor Pietrangelo and Councillor Campbell.
Thanks, Your Worship, and through yourself to Mr. Hurlovich. It might be easier to classify them as, I don't know, application 1, application 2, application 3, because this is the 3rd application that was on that property, or that is on that property. So application 1, I know there was a public open house at City Hall back in 2018, because I attended, and then application 2, there was the Zoom ones, and that was in June, July of this year. And I attended those, or one of them, because there was 2 of them. But for application 3, maybe I didn't get a notice of a public meeting. I was just wondering if I missed it. That's all, Your Worship.
Okay, Mr. Hurlovich?
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. We did not hold a public meeting on the 3rd application, given that the application was at the density that was proposed by the official plan, and that the applicant had adhered or had listened to the comments of the neighbors and modified his plan accordingly.
Okay.
Councillor?
Yeah, thanks, Your Worship. I guess, like, that's part of the process that, like, who decides whether or not there is a public meeting and that you have to put it out there for the public feedback? I guess that would be my question, because, I mean, I always thought that automatically, if you were going through a rezoning or a zoning amendment, that a public meeting was part of the process. And I know that there were previous public meetings, but I would have thought that there would have had to be one for the presentation that's in front of us right now. Like, regardless of the fact that there was public meetings in the past, the application that we're dealing with tonight didn't really go out there to a public meeting to the public. So I was just wondering, I guess, who gets to decide that, whether or not it's part of the Planning Act or the planning process?
It's not part of the Planning Act. We require that municipally that we hold a neighborhood meeting. I take the responsibility for making the decision on whether or not an additional public meeting was required. I felt the purpose of those neighborhood meetings is to allow the developer to hear from the residents and to modify their applications. The applicant did that. I felt that the objectives of the requirement for a public meeting or a neighborhood meeting, they're not a required public meeting, have been met.
Okay, thank you.
Okay, thank you for that. Mr. Herlovich, Councillor Campbell.
Thank you, Your Worship. On page 2, Mr. Herlovich, halfway down, the lands are currently zoned residential, low density, grouped multiple dwellings, R4-324 in part, in accordance with zoning bylaw 79-200. Does that mean that this could be built with that zoning on that property?
No, normally the R4 zone does permit apartment buildings, but it was a site-specific zone which restricted the use of that property to, I believe it's 9 townhouses.
And despite all the protests from the residents, they're getting a 4-story apartment building, which they are dead set against. It would have worked, I think, if the zoning stayed the same and if those units were built accordingly. But I can't support a 4-story building at this site. I'm really sorry. It just,
I'll get you.
I think I was surprised that there was no public meeting. I was taken aback by that, Councillor Pietrangelo. That just doesn't seem right to me.
Thank you for that. Councillor Thompson?
Well, this has been going on for 2 years, and I was first brought to my attention because Shirley Fisher owns the property, or owned the property there, and talked to me. And if anybody needs recognition for what they've done for Chippewa over the years, I certainly listened to her. And when they came in with the first proposal, I saw the reaction, and I think the people who are putting this proposal before have to be complimented for what they did. They immediately got rid of the 6 stories and several townhouses. Then they came up with 2 4 apartment buildings, and the reaction was similar, and the density was too much. And then they finally come in with exactly what was required, is 4 stories and the 75 units per acre, which is exactly what they need. There was also some suggestion about the flooding and the back sewage in the apartments and houses in Chippewa. And I asked for a report from Eric Nickel, which was substantial, and said we put $22 million since we took over Chippewa amalgamation, and without exception, we have solved the problem there, and it is no worse than any place in the city. And we have the program where the RAP program, where we put in sump pumps if there is if there is flooding, and secondly, also a backflow valve, so that doesn't happen anymore. So that concern is also gone by the board. Now, Councillor Campbell asked for the zoning, I was blown away investigating this in the last little while, because they could, if this was turned down, and in fact, if it goes to LPAT, this thing will be passed in a heartbeat. But if they didn't, and they want to use the existing zoning, they could put up 10,000 square feet of commercial plaza plus several townhouses. Is that accurate,
Mr. Hurlovich?
Mr. Hurlovich?
Yes, that's correct, Your Worship.
So what do you want? A nice apartment set back with lots of landscaping, fencing, and what have you got now? We had a gas station on the corner. Mr. N.C.D.S.B had a gas station there. It was torn down. And now you got a French fry wagon, a big storage tank behind that, all kinds of real estate signs, stone, and this is, without exception, a real eyesore. And I don't understand why people don't understand that the federal or the provincial government has said to municipalities, if there's an open area in the urban area and it's going to be development, it has to be intensified. And that's what we're doing. That's why Mr. Hurlovich is suggesting this is an appropriate development and cleaning up that area. And you got the boat dock on the other side, and there was also a letter from the church. And the church, which is huge across the road, used to be a grocery store for years. And so this is the normal changing of an area and upgrading to what it was before. I think that these people, the development people, should be commended for what they've done. And if you see a 4-story apartment, is that, and you don't like it, is that a planning matter? I don't think so. So I think there's going to be a lot of apartments. In fact, if you go right across from Tim Hortons, as you come in to Chippewa, there's a big sign up there already for 5 stories. And I know that J. Mace's, we approved one where the motel is just down the street, and that whole area is going to be developed for multi-family development. So I think that the 10,000 square foot plaza, you could have a Tim Horton at one and a McDonald's at the other and a couple of stores in between. Is that what they want for that area? I don't think so. So I think that the people involved in this development really took 2 years, tried to do the ultimate, but now they've come back to what is appropriate for approval. And at the appropriate time, I'll make the motion for that too.
Okay, thank you. Any other questions of, yes, Councillor Kerrio.
Thank you, Worship. A question to Mr. Hurlovich, just on a procedural thing, Mr. Hurlovich. If the council doesn't pass this application and the developer takes it to ALPAT, do they take what we have in front of us, Or can they take a different version to Alpat if they want to go back to having more units, more conducive with what the province is allowing? What would go to Alpat, or what could go?
Mr. Hillovich?
Well, yes, Mr. Mayor, to the speaker, I would say that the application that's before you tonight is the application that would be appealed to LPAT.
Okay, then could they, if they chose to not take that application, could they put together another application and bypass council and go straight to Alpat?
That might be more of a legal answer. I'm not sure whether they could or not.
Maybe we'll ask Mr. Lustig. Would you happen to know the answer to that question? Could they bypass council and go right to the LPAT on this development?
No, I don't think so. I think Mr. Hillovich is correct that the decision that you have before you, or the application, I should say, that you have before you, that was the subject of the circulation and is now the subject of the public, the required public meeting under the Planning Act, the statutory public meeting, is the application that you're going to determine. And if you determine not to approve of it, and the developer wants to appeal it, he goes to LPAT with this application. If he wants another application, he has to make another application and go through the process again. So that, no, the answer is no. I think I've got the right answer to the question. It's a no.
I was thinking of the situation, I think was at Chef Boyardee, where they came with an application, we turned it down, they went to, and I thought that they got more than they came to us for. That's what was coming to mind.
Mr. Mayor, if I can clarify,
Yep.
the staff recommended something less than what the applicant applied for, and so then when it was appealed, they basically were requesting their original submission. So they hadn't changed their submission. Staff was recommending a changed recommendation, and that's why it was somewhat different.
Okay, thank you. Thank you. And Councillor Lococo.
Mr. Mayor, on that same thought, isn't that what happened on River Road? It went to LPAT, and then what was coming back was different than what the application was?
Yeah, Mr. Hillovich, can you refresh our memories on River Road? Is that what happened?
Well, in part, yes. So the developer applied for a 21 and a 12-story building. The staff was still working with the developer on the appropriate height, and that was just when the Planning Act was being changed in terms of how appeals would occur, and a change from OMB to LPAT. The developer decided he wanted to then have the OMB hear his application rather than LPAT. So he appealed the application based on the fact that council had not made a decision, hadn't made a decision because we hadn't yet got the application to council. The developer then revised his application a couple of times. We, as staff, brought reports to council on those revisions. Staff was not recommending them. We were recommending buildings that were lower and were to fit under an angled plane. Ultimately, that owner, developer, became insolvent. He sold the property and the development application to a new owner, and that new owner came in with a application for a 34-story building, and so they were hoping to get council's support for that. They did not, and so basically they're asking the board to consider that 34-story application and council's decision to deny it. So it's a little bit more elaborate than than this, and it was, so they're basically bringing to LPAT the revised application that council dealt with. In this case, so that let's say council was to turn this down tonight, they might then go back to their original proposal of a 6-story building and come back to council and ask for approval on that. If council was to deny that one, and they were already at the board, then they would probably be seeking approval from the LPAT on the 6-story building. But it would have to come back to council, in my opinion.
Okay. Any other questions of Mr. Hurlovich of council? Members of the public are advised that failure to make an oral or written submission at this public meeting will result in the local planning appeal tribunal dismissing any referral that it receives. Failure to notify the city clerk to preserve their opportunity to appeal will result in staff rejecting an appeal as per section 3419 of the Planning Act. Council will now hear from anyone other than the applicant who wishes to speak to the proposed bylaw amendment. And Mr. Clerk, I understand that we have a running list of speakers who'd like to address council.
Yes, just to explain a little bit further, the public notice that was sent out from planning staff weeks ago did encourage people to write in. A number of those written submissions are in your package, your agenda package. But we do have 9 speakers who did register through the clerk's office. The mayor does have a list of those speakers, and at this time we would start off with Lori Welks, if she is on the line.
Okay. She is or isn't? Okay.
Okay, so if she should come on throughout the meeting, I would think that we would give her the opportunity to speak. We could then skip to Shannon Groot Kostick, and the chair may remind the speakers throughout the meeting that they are limited through our procedural bylaw of 5 minutes.
Thank you, Mr. Clerk. Shannon, are you there?
Order, right?
Yeah. Where is Shannon?
We had 2 people named Paul Groot.
Okay.
So one.
So we're looking for Shannon Groot Kostick.
She's not on the list otherwise. 2 of the Paul Groots might have been one of them, might have been Shannon.
Okay, so if there's no Shannon, we'll go a little further down the list. How about Paul Groot? Paul, are you there?
We're here, but how do we connect?
Yes, I'm here.
Okay, we hear you. We hear you.
Okay.
So we've got. So you're addressing council. So I guess you're on audio. You're not on video.
I seem to have some difficulty getting my video up and running.
Okay, no problem. We can hear you clearly. So you're now speaking to council and senior staff. So you've got 5 minutes. So the floor is all yours.
I feel the developer is going in the right direction now with reducing the density, but I still believe and will support that the non-commercial area of the lot can be zoned R4, and the whole development be zoned for R4 and have a maximum building height of 3 stories.
Okay. Okay. Do you have any other further comments?
Well, the comments I will have are already, it's a lot of repeatability with traffic issues and sewer backup and this and that. I know Mr. Thompson said everything is great in the sewers here, but it is not. So I don't believe that is a correct statement, because we're still having issues in Chippewa with sewer backup.
Okay.
The traffic issue is going to be a major issue.
Let him finish.
I would like to
Oh.
echo the comment.
Okay, just 1/2 a second then. This won't cut into your time, Paul. If we could just ask our Director of Municipal Works if he could just comment on the sewer situation in Chippewa.
Through you, Mr. Mayor. Actually, Councillor Thompson provided some context. We continue to do an inflow and infiltration program, including our weeping tile removal program for the whole city, and we know there's a lot of uptick in Chippewa. The recent installation of the sewer overflow tanks has been very successful, and we've been successful in ensuring no basement flooding for storms up to events that have happened recently, including a 10-year storm. And the key to the next steps for Chippewa is the continuation of the new treatment plant on the south side of the river, located near the QEW. So that is expected to be online in under 5 to 6 years. So we've addressed a number of those issues, and the new development proposed will be required to do additional servicing review, but there is sufficient capacity with some of those wet weather restrictions that are already existing in the system.
Okay, thank you for that. I appreciate that. And so now, Mr. Groot, if you want to continue on, so what you're saying is you're happy that this is reduced density. It's not as big, but what you're saying is the proposal now is for 4 stories, and you're suggesting you're supportive of only 3. Is that what you're saying?
Yeah, I'm suggesting that the zoning for the whole building development be zoned for R4, a maximum 10-meter height.
Okay, all right, thank you. And did you have any further comments about the proposal?
Yes, I have a comment with the traffic issue. The traffic issue is a lot of the streets in this area are being used as rat runs to run through. And I live on Nassau, and we see a tremendous amount of traffic coming from Lions Creek or from Winebender Road using Nassau as a rat run. And, you know, we have a lot of mixed development here with a lot of young kids now, and I know it's a concern all over the city, but I'd like to see something done to minimize the rat run effect that we have here.
Okay. Yep, okay, all right. We're listening and taking notes. Anything else you wanted to add?
Yeah, we know that the Sodom and Lions Creek corner is one of the busiest intersections in Chippewa, because Lions Creek Road is a road that runs into the Queenie, so everybody's going to use that. If we develop that 500 house development up the road by the arena, well, maybe they'll use Sodom Road to go to the Queenie. But as it sits right now, that is a major traffic intersection in this area.
Okay. Any other points?
Nope.
Okay, that's great. Thank you for your time. I appreciate it.
Oh, you're welcome.
Okay, next we've got Mark Bocafuso. Is Mark there?
Yeah, I'm here right now. Can you hear me okay?
Yeah, we hear you fine.
Thank you for your time. My name's, I can't get my the video to work, but my name's Mark Bocafuso. I live on 8798 Nassau Street, Niagara Falls. Been here 10 years. And you know what, to be clear, we understand you can't stop development. Development is happening. To throw something there, like at that corner, I don't think, Council Mayor, you understand how crazy that intersection is. This summer was absolutely insane. I have 2 small children, and the cut pass on Nassau Avenue. Like, I know I talked to Mr. Herlelovich about the cut pass. If this is to go through in the bylaw amendment, is there any way we can do something to Nassau Avenue, like block off one end at Sodom or Lions Creek? I know that could be a fire issue. I've heard that. Maybe a stop sign there. The traffic, I've got the studies here. My wife initiated them in 2014, 2018. They're a complete joke. Like when you ask a medium speed of 44 kilometers, when I go to my driveway, I go 5 kilometers an hour. Now, if you go 55 kilometers an hour past that, the medium speed's 30 kilometers, right? So it's a huge issue. I'd like council to take it serious. I don't believe we have. I do understand they've come down a lot. I've been to many collective bargaining processes. We asked for 5% at the beginning. We ended up getting 2%. I see this, it just, and then there's no townhouse meeting to begin. So it's very fishy in that aspect. All of a sudden we're fighting for this, we're fighting for this, we're fighting for this. Then all of a sudden, bang, I get a call from somebody. There's this sign on there and they're changing everything. Like, I get it. Like, can you imagine your city workers came to you with 10% right off the beginning? What are you going to say? Yeah, you're going to settle for 2. This is not a settlement, okay? However, I do get it. Now, the only question I really have here is because there are some new developments in this case, listen to me, Mr. Thompson said this is a family development. That was, I've been at all these meetings. That's never been brought up. Mr. Halelovich, what is the square footage of these apartments?
Mr. Hurlovich? Would you know
I
that?
don't have that figure, but Mr. Mayor, maybe the developer can provide that for
Okay.
council.
Mr. Bacafuso, we'll get that answered when we get the developer. When we're finished hearing from the public, then they'll have a chance to answer that question for you.
Okay, I've seen them. I don't understand how, Mr. Halelovich, because I have them. So that's curious to me how they're not there. So that's it for me. Thank you for your time. It's just the big issue is the traffic. The traffic through Nassau Avenue, it's out of control. The signs work for a week. Thank you for those. It was actually a pretty good idea. But it's not working. I could, like, you just come sit on my doorstep, have a beer with me for one night and just watch them come through, because it's absolutely crazy. Do I have two more? I have two more little things. I'd like
Yeah, you
to
do.
add.
You still have 2 minutes.
Okay. The fencing. So I put it in my written submission. The fencing back. The developer will be providing fencing. I imagine he'll be touching on that after.
Yep.
And like, is the developer, like, if this passes tonight, is the developer held by these dimensions in this spec, this drawing?
Mr. Hurlovich, did you want to answer that question?
So I believe the dimensions that the speaker is addressing is that we would be requiring a 9-meter landscape strip from the back lot line of those houses on Nassau to the edge of the parking lot. That would be a requirement put in the zoning bylaw, and the developer would have to meet that. Similarly, there's a 3-meter landscape strip on Sodom Road, a 6-meter landscape strip on the south side. We had the slide up there a minute ago. I think it was 19 meters setback for the building in one location, 90 meters in another location. So all of those would be written into the bylaw. They would be requirements for the developer, whether it's this person or anyone else that was to build the building. Those would be the bylaw requirements. All of them would have to go through a site plan application. It's in the site plan application. We would determine what gets planted in those 9-meter, 3-meter, or 6-meter areas. Is it grass? Is it grass and trees? Is it grass, trees, and shrubs? That's all part of that process. Similarly, the fencing would be covered as under the site plan process. We require between what we call multifamily, and we're only differentiating that in terms of a single family house versus a building with numerous dwelling units, which we call multifamily. And so therefore the fencing would be determined at that point. What we found in the past is some people have a rear yard fence which matches their side yard fences, and they don't wish the developer to take their fence down and put up a new fence. Some people have fences that are falling down and they're happy the developer is coming along and putting up a new fence. Some people might not have fences at all and therefore would be happy. So it has to be done on a lot by lot basis, but there would be a fence all the way along the property line between the houses on Nassau, between the house on Lions Creek Road, and the apartment building site.
Thank you. Mr. Bacafuso, was there one other thing you wanted to ask?
Yeah, like, I'm a big environmentalist, and the trees back there, like, they got to be 50 to 100 years old. I don't know. Like, are all those trees going to go down? You don't need to answer that now. Just curious, because it's nice back there. My final position is there's something going to be built there, obviously, one day, and I just hope it stays within the zoning. That's it. Thank you very much, and have a great night.
Yeah, thank you very much for your time, and we'll get answers to those questions, including the trees, when the developer comes up. And just before you run away, we've got a question from Councillor Dabrowski.
And the resident mentioned he knew the square footage of each apartment building. Mr. Hurlovich didn't know, but if he had the info in front of him, could he divulge that information?
So I believe. Oh, sorry, you're asking me?
Yeah, he is.
Yeah, because I got him sent over. I believe the 600 square feet to max 800 square feet apartment buildings. To me, I'm just going to go out and say it. It sounds to me like that's Airbnb apartment building about to go back there, but I could be wrong. I know there's a bylaw in Niagara Falls, but I have a small family too, and I've lived in small places, 600 square feet for a family. What was the word, Mr. Thompson? You multi-family development. Very curious to me. Very curious. Thank you.
Okay, thank you very much.
Thanks.
Next on the list, we've got Paul Krochuk. Paul, are you there? You might have to turn your mic on.
I don't know, can you hear me?
Yeah, we hear you fine.
Okay, I don't know why the picture's not on, but yeah, I agree with a lot of what's been said. I agree that the developer has come down in what they've been asking for, but I don't think it's enough, kind of like what Paul Groot had said. I also, like others mentioned, take exception with Councillor Thompson saying the sewer system's fixed here, and he also pointing to the several 5-story projects that are on the go. I could send him a video of the flooding just after our last public meeting in front of where the boathouse is that would contradict what he's saying about the sewers and the water problems. So that's a little disheartening to hear that. Chippewa, it's well known and I think well documented that we've got those problems. I also have some concern about it saying that it's in conformity with the official plan. Now, did the official plan not state that it also had to be in proximity to commercial areas and in keeping it similar to the neighborhood landscape, compatibility with the neighborhood landscape? Because I don't think it meets either one of those. I mean, to say Foodland, a small grocery store and Arizona's and a drugstore and my office for that matter, that makes us a commercial area. I mean, even the official plan doesn't call that a commercial area. The official plan, the only nearby commercial area is there's Lundy's Lane, there's Ferry Street, there's McLeod Road, you know, places like that. This isn't the same. And what I see here is pardon me, but an out-of-town developer taking a beautiful town like Chippewa that can be compared to Niagara-on-the-Lake in some respects and trying to turn it into an Oakville. And that's just not what we're looking for here. I think the density is too high, and I think the building is too high. Mr. Herlovich mentioned that they're asking for 15 meters as opposed to 12. I thought the report from the planning department said that it's supposed to be 10 meters. That's in the report that was submitted, maximum building height 10 meters under standard regulations. So they're asking for 15, that's on page 6 of the report. So they're asking for a 50% increase, even if it's only 12 to 15. That's another 10 feet. And I don't know what you can plant or build that's going to block these people from being able to look out from their balconies to see people on Welland Street, Sodom Road, Nassau Street, all the other streets. It just, I don't know what a buffering strip is going to do to that as far as the height goes. You're still going to have that problem. I agree with all the traffic positions too, especially the studies. I find studies aren't done at appropriate times. I noticed one study on Welland Street done during COVID when there was no school in. The park wasn't even open and they had one of those traffic strips out there. What were they trying to determine with that? I have no idea. On Nassau Street, I can't see it. If they say there's no problem there, I can't see that. They obviously have never been there during a baseball game. So I don't think this fits the definition. I don't think it's a dead giveaway that it complies with the official plan. And I think the existing bylaw as it is for 8 townhouses in a commercial area is probably a reasonable one. I mean, commercial area or not, we don't have commercial space here. Commercial space, we got the 500 units coming up the street. What are we going to service them with? I'm not necessarily totally in favor of commercial area. I kind of like what Paul Groot said after listening to him. You know, that's not bad, but we don't have any buildings of this height here. And to give away what the city's highest zoning provision is, the R5B zoning, to this particular parcel seems to me to be quite the stretch to try to fit it within some box saying it complies and this and that. I don't see how it does comply. Shouldn't also forget that Sodom Road is an EDR as well, you know. I mean, we got to watch the traffic there. The density here they're asking for too, it's 10 times what's permitted currently. And it's just going to highlight all the infrastructure problems that we have. We're going to need a full-time fire department. And that's not just with this development, the ones Mr. Thompson was referring to as well. And the other ones that are proposed for here, the 500 up the street, we got negative schools in the last number of years. We need more schools. I mean, it's all sort of saying, well, we're going to wait and see. But I mean, how much can you wait and see? They're taking something that's really nice and could be really nice on that corner, and they're making us look like Oakville. And I hear Mr. Thompson's discussion, and that sounds to me like what the aim here is, to make us look like another Oakville. Well, we're not Oakville. We're not even Niagara Falls. We're Chippewa. If anyone hasn't noticed that, we're very proud to be called Chippewa. So I'm just saying we do recognize that there has to be some development. Yes, something should go there. We've said that for a number of years, but let's promote responsible and reasonable development, not just something erratic that we can fit these 800 square foot condos in there for whatever use. I mean, that's not what we're about. That's just going to overcrowd things. Everything's going to be exasperated.
All right. I think we're at our limit. Paul, was there anything else you wanted to add in specifically?
No, that's pretty much it. I'm glad to see that they've come down, but I don't think they've come down far enough as far as density and height.
Okay. Thank you very much. Your comments are noted. Okay. Now I'd like to look to Jerry St. George. Jerry, can you hear us? Jerry, it's showing that you're on your line, but we can't hear you. I don't know if you're muted. No, we can't. I don't know if you can hear us, Jerry, but you'd have to unmute from your end. We can't do it from here.
Hear me now?
Oh, yeah, there you are.
Okay. No, sorry. For some reason at 5:24, it kicked me out of the system. I don't know if that happened to any other people.
Okay. Well, you've got 5 minutes, so fire away.
No problem. My apologies. I'm having a bit of a language issue, but I'll do my best. If I don't make sense, please let me know.
Okay.
So what's happening is that, I'll be honest, from our perspective, I would like to have a public meeting in relation to this, just because right now, like even on this call, a lot of people do not even have video access. And I think it'd be beneficial for everyone to meet face to face and be able to have a discussion based on this issue, which is quite a serious issue for a lot of people, both the council and for the public who live in Chippewa. Number two, I believe this property should remain as a 3-story level, not as a 4-story level, and keep it as an R4 for that purpose. I understand the area that's pretty much at the intersection from Sodom and the other main drag is where it's, no, it's actually for zoned for commercial, but based on what we saw, the majority of it is R4, and we'd like it to stay that way for everyone, to make it better for everyone. Number 3 is speeding. Especially when it comes to, it's not just vehicles. Vehicles, some of them are speeding through this zone. There's a lot of off-road vehicles coming through this zone, pretty much from this area all the way to the ball diamonds. And they're going through certain areas that could cause problems for individuals walking, other vehicles, and that's a concern for everyone. The other issue is the stop signs. It's nice to see they are there, but we actually had an individual 2 days ago at that location, didn't even stop. he actually fled and went to the main drag in Chippewa. And it's kind of sad to see that because it's an issue for everyone. But in the end, the main concern for the actual area is increased traffic. I saw the signs that were put in the area, especially Nassau, and they were good to see. However, the signs were good, but it wasn't preventing it from happening. The increased traffic is going to be a serious issue for everyone. And and I hope it does not happen. And trust me when I say this, I hope it does not happen. But I'm worried that somebody is going to get seriously injured or worse because of that. So I hope that gets resolved to make it better for everyone. So at the end of the day, I would like everything to stay as it is, make it better for everybody, and that's pretty much it.
Okay, thank you very much. Appreciate your time.
No problem. Thank you.
Okay, next we're looking for Rebecca Robertson. Rebecca, are you there?
Yes, I'm here. Can you hear me?
Yeah, we hear you great. Welcome to the meeting.
Thank you, and thank you for having me and giving me the opportunity to speak today. So I'm not going to rehash a lot of the points that have already been made, even though I wholeheartedly concur with them, with the issues that this development will bring, being traffic, sewage. That's been discussed multiple times. Today, I am here to actually make council aware of a petition that I've been circulating since July. And I do apologize to the city clerk's office. I realize there is a process that this should have went through, but seeing as the quick timing and the lack of a public meeting, that wasn't really possible, and it kind of left me scrambling. So I also want to point out before getting into the petition that it does mention the previous proposal with the 2 buildings. But that being said, the petition is not against the specific development. The petition is against the changing of the zoning itself. And again, not pertaining to any particular development, just that the residents want the zoning to stay the same. For the sake of transparency, I also want to let you know how I collected these signatures. Given COVID, it was more challenging than a regular petition. So I had over a dozen volunteers, people that I had never met before, that came out of the woodwork when asked to help circulate almost 2,000 flyers where we canvassed most of Chippewa. We also had a change.org online portion of this petition for the people that do use Facebook. That way we were able to reach both the population of Chippewa that does and does not use social media. The total number we came to with this petition in less than 1 month is 1,668 signatures in favor of leaving the existing zoning and allowing it to stand. I feel that to not acknowledge a number that large would be very disappointing to residents, especially residents that have voted people into place to do what they feel is best for their community. But yeah, that's where we stand right now with this petition. We have 1,668 residents asking basically that this zoning stand and that the adjustments do not be made.
Okay, thank you very much. So I appreciate, and we do have a question for you if you just want to hang tight, from Councillor Lococo.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. It's not really a question. I was speaking to Ms. Robertson earlier today, and she was concerned about the petition, that she wanted to get it here, but she didn't know the timing. So she dropped it off to me earlier, just before we came in. And this is the petition of 1,668 signatures. So she wanted me to show you that.
Okay, great.
Because it is important. It is a number of residents.
So we'll give that to the clerk, and we'll have that for the public record. So that's great. Thank you very much, Ms. Robertson. Appreciate your time on the call.
Thank you, and thank you for giving me the opportunity to speak.
You're welcome. Okay, next up, we've got Michelle and Alex Mason.
Yes, we're here. Thank you.
Okay, great. We can hear you fine. So you've got 5 minutes, so fire away.
Okay, first off, we live directly across the street from this facility that's planning to build here. We're at 8760 Sodom Road. We've been here for 5 years. We considerable amount of money in this property to bring it to its standards it's at now, and we're totally opposed to the R5 designation. We want to remain R4 for a number of reasons. In particular is traffic. And I think there's some legal issues. We'll get to that in a minute, but we're worried that they're going to have one exit from this building with 77 units. I'm taking 77 cars. And every morning they're going to come out of that exit and shine their lights right through my house. And that's a serious problem. This is going to have to be addressed. I won't put up with this whatsoever, one way or another. Legally, I mean, it just doesn't make any sense where the driveway's coming out. So unless you can change it to come out onto a street like Welland or the next one up, you're going to have to come up with another plan. It's just not going to work. I have neighbors on either side of me that are incapable of attending any of this sort because of their age. They've been here for 65 years, and they're totally dead set against this also, but they can't voice their opinions, so I'm doing it for them. That's my major concern is it's going to change the landscape. It doesn't fit with the atmosphere. It's going to destroy our public docks down there. They'll be so overloaded. There'll be no room for the residents, and that's what it was built for.
Can I say something?
Yes.
Okay, so when we are coming in and out of our driveway now, this is an extremely busy road, Sodom Road, and people are going quite quickly still. They haven't slowed down to the required speed limit of 50 kilometers from the 80 that they're allowed just outside of town. I think that's pretty common around here. With that, it looks like from the plan that the entrance and exit for the new site would be directly across from our driveway. That's going to make it near impossible for us to get in and out of our driveway. And it's a major safety concern for me, for Alex and I, and any guests we have in our home. As well, 4 stories looking down at your house. I don't know anyone who would say, yay, let's encourage that. I mean, if it was across from your home, I'm sure you would have the exact same feelings that all of us are having now. It's not something that you really want. We understand it's going to be developed. We could live with the R4, but even a commercial site, we can live with that. We need a little more commercial in this area because, like you say, you just approved a 6-story on the other side of the river. You're looking at King George tonight, I think. There's the, like they say, the 500 houses down the road. They're still developing in behind Betty's and all that area out there. I think the townhouses are still being built. There's the Legends area that's being developed. Do we really need another 4-story, 77-unit crammed into this lot on this intersection? I think we have enough development that a smaller R4 development would suffice. It just makes sense to me. But those are my concerns: safety, height, and the zoning itself. We'd like to leave it as it is or go to R4 for the entire site. Thank you.
Okay, folks, thank you very much for your time.
Thank you.
Okay, and our last speaker, then we'll go see if our other 2 that we missed are back online. Danielle Garbut, or Garboot?
Yeah, I'm here. Can you hear me?
Yes, we hear you fine. Welcome to the meeting.
Thank you for having me. I don't want to keep repeating some of the things that some of the other residents have already said. I live directly across from this development as well. I have a lot of safety concerns. I have young children. I've witnessed so many accidents at the intersection that is a huge concern for myself. I believe that this building would block the view and may cause more accidents. I have flooding issues myself in my yard, not so much my house anymore. People behind me I know have sewer trucks come in occasionally throughout the year for sewage problems. it's just, there's far too many issues at hand that this would just exacerbate. I don't agree. I don't agree with it.
Okay, thank you very much for your time.
Thank you. Thank you.
Thank you. So we'll try one more time for Lori Welts. Lori, are you on the call? Okay, and also, so it looks like you're not here, and Shannon Groot Kostick. Is Shannon on the call? Okay, just the groups we had earlier. Okay. So, is that everybody that we have right now then, Mr. Oatley? Okay, so Mr. Clerk, are we okay to move on to the applicant? All right. So now that we've heard from everyone other than the applicant, council will now hear from the applicant or his or her representative. So I guess we've got Mr. Crow, Mike Crow. Mike, are you there? Your mic is muted. You'll have to unmute it from your end, Michael.
Okay, thank you. Can you hear me now?
Yep, we hear you fine, and the presentation is up on the screen.
Okay, so thank you very much, Mr. Mayor, members of council, staff, and certainly to the members of the public who participated today. So I have a presentation. There's going to be a lot of repeat in my presentation, and I'm going to zip through it quickly, and then I would like to circle back and try to address the comments and questions. I think that's better for council. So my name is Mike Crow, C-R-O-U-G-H. I'm a registered professional planner, and I'm a senior planner and associate with IBI Group. I'm the agent for the application, file AM 2018-11. I'm speaking to you today on behalf of my client, which is Go to Niagara Falls Chippewa Inc., and they are participating in this meeting by virtue of watching the webcast. We are seeking a zoning bylaw amendment for lands that we refer to as 4210 Lions Creek Road. The ZBLA is for a change to implement a modified R5B density zone to permit a proposed 4-story, 77-unit residential apartment building. And I'll go through some of the details now and certainly happy to answer any questions at the end. So first and foremost, this is a statutory public meeting under the Planning Act. This is the public meeting required under the Planning Act to deal with this application. It is for a zoning bylaw amendment to permit a 4-story, 77-unit apartment building. Staff support the application and recommend approval. We agree with the staff recommendation and we respectfully request that approval. I should note that that does extend to the additional modifications that were raised by staff in the report in terms of confirming the exact zoning parameters. I think we know the site context quite well. So in the middle of your screen is the red irregularly shaped parcel that is the subject lands at the corner of Lions Creek Road and Sodom Road, surrounded by residential development and abutted by the Chippewa boat ramp and the place of worship. Next slide, please. It's just a zoomed in view to get a sense of how this situates within the neighborhood and context. So this is quite a large property, over 1 hectare, primarily vacant, some trees along the southwest corner, fairly flat, but this is a very large parcel in relation to the existing development pattern. Next slide, please. Here's an aerial view from Google Images looking to the west. So this is looking across Sodom Road towards Lions Creek Road. Lions Creek Road, you can see the parcel is directly in the middle, primarily vacant. The line of trees on the left-hand side abuts the westerly lot line. You can see a small gravel parking area exists at the intersection. Virtually the site is undeveloped other than that. Next slide, please. This is looking just directly south, right down Sodom Road across the intersection. On your left-hand side, you can see the existing place of worship and the parking area. And sort of the upper right center is the subject lands. And this is the context that exists at the intersection as of today. Next slide, please. So the proposed development has been significantly revised from the time of original application. That's been noted multiple times in the submission so far. In our view, the public and staff input were integral to the planning process and resulted in 2 iterations of plan revisions. The proposal before council reflects this iterative process of submission, consultation, and plan revision. So this is our 3rd revision, and in each case has gone through this stepwise process. Next slide, please. Original proposal, 6-story, 122-unit apartment building, and then 1 3-story building with 9 street townhouse units for a total of 131 units. We revised that proposal to 2 4-story apartment buildings with 135 units, and that was supported exclusively by underground parking. And the current proposal is now 1 4-story apartment building with a total of 77 units supported by surface parking. Next slide, please. Here is our plan. So it's It's flipped sideways. This is the only way I can get it on the screen. So north is to your right and south is to your left. So you can see the yellow area is the building footprint. We've situated it as close to Sodom Road as we can to provide that separation from abutting properties, but we still comply with the standard setback that would be required for the zone that we're seeking. We have 2 surface parking areas, one to the south and one to the west. There's one access point off of Sodom Road with a pedestrian walkway that also connects from Sodom Road. And I think I'll get to the details later, but this is the image in your mind. This is the proposal that we have before you. Next slide, please. So we have total site area of approximately 1.4 hectares. That's after the road widening from Sodom Road is taken. 84 meters of frontage on Lions Creek and 210 along Sodom Road. That's a very large amount of frontage, dual frontage. 77 apartment dwellings, a mix of 1 and 2 bedroom units. I will get to the unit sizes shortly. Approximately 74 units per net hectare, 4 stories up to 15 meters, and all of this complies with the official plan. Next slide, please. Total parking, 108 surface spaces, which equates to 1.4 spaces per unit. There's the one access, and in terms of services, we are proposing full connections to municipal water and sewer for all units with stormwater, a combination of on-site measures connecting to the municipal system, which is a standard approach for an urban infill project. Next slide, please. So these are the elevations. The west elevation at the top is what would be seen from the properties on Nassau and from those that front onto Lions Creek Road. The bottom elevation is east elevation. This is what's fronts Sodom Road. Next slide, please. Just the north and south. So the top left-hand corner is the north elevation. That's what would be visible from the intersection and from Lions Creek and portions of Sodom Road. And at the bottom is the south elevation. So that would be, we'll be facing the properties to the south. And as we noted, that's greater than a 90-meter setback. So although that's the elevation facing the property to the south, it's 90 meters away from that lot line. Next slide, please. Just to highlight in terms of the cross-section, so the proposed building height, just the left-hand side has a graphic. We're actually just about 13.5 meters of actual built height, built form height. We're asking for the 15 meters to account for possible grading adjustments that might need to be made and also how building height is measured. In addition to that, there's a small enclosed mechanical room, so there's a little bit of extra height there, but that's also permitted by the zoning bylaw, so there's no relief requested for that, but just wanted to make it clear that there is a small extra mechanical room at the roof. Next slide, please. So this is just a key zoning stat chart from required and provided metrics. This would be comparing our proposal to the R5B zone. So just really across the board, we either meet or exceed all provisions. So for minimum lot area, front yard, rear yard, interior side yard, exterior side yard, number of buildings, landscape open space, we either meet or greatly exceed the requirement. So really on this chart, the only provision we're seeking, this has already been covered, is the building height, the 15 meters. And when you compare that to the setbacks group we are proposing, we greatly exceed the standard requirements for this zone. So the ratio of setback to building height, there's a much greater setback to building height that we're proposing than is normally required for this zone. Next slide, please. So the proposal is consistent and it conforms to the provincial policies for intensification, housing supply, and housing diversity. The proposal conforms to the region and city official plan policies for intensification, housing, and built form. And the proposal is compatible with the context based on generous setbacks, regular built form, and provision of landscape open space areas, which I think are self-evident from our rendered site plan, which shows all those things in relation to each other and surrounding properties. Next slide, please. So that's it for me. I do have a bunch of notes on those comments. If I still have time, I have about 11 comments I could respond to. I'd be happy to go through that if council will permit, or I could answer that by virtue of responses to questions from council. I'm kind of, I guess, looking for some direction within the time I have left. I'm happy to proceed either way.
Okay, well, why don't we just stop there for a second and we'll see, is there any questions at this point of council before he goes and answers the residents' questions? No? Okay, so I think you're good just to continue on, Mike, and you can go ahead with your comments addressing the residents' concerns.
Okay, so I'll go through the list here. I have about 11 items. So number one, I've heard comments about the building height and 4 stories versus 3 stories. So to be clear, the 4-story limit is what is planned for and proposed in the city's current official plan. We are not asking for any amendments to that proposal. So in effect, our zoning amendment that we are putting before you implements the existing official plan and requires no amendments. We've covered the setbacks with respect to existing properties to the west We have a 21-meter setback to the nearest point of the lot line, and to the south is 90 meters. Okay, those greatly exceed the standard requirements for a 4-story building. With regards to the side yard setback, normally we'd be looking at about 7.5 meter setback. Based on a half the building height, we're proposing 21. To the south, the normal setback would be about 10 meters. We're proposing 93. Okay, so the height is adequately justified by the fact that we have a large property. It's going to be surrounded by parking and green space, and there's going to be zero overlook of privacy concerns. In terms of traffic, this issue has been repeatedly addressed in our submissions, and the region has commented on this. So we note that both Lions Creek Road and Sodom Road are regional roads. There's no capacity issues on those roads. They are working to plan function. The region has also noted, and I believe it's in the staff report, that there are planned updates to Sodom Road already, but they foresee zero issues with this development and the ability of those roads to accommodate this proposal, and we agree with that. In regards to servicing, we definitely agree with the comments stated by staff in this presentation. You were advised of potential servicing issues due to wet weather flows and infiltration, and those are being addressed and have been addressed by the city proactively, so we see those as a non-issue for this proposal. In terms of the capacity of the system, the region is clear. There is no known capacity constraints right now that would stop this zoning amendment from going forward. There is a planned upgrade, and like any development, we've got to show that when the time comes at site plan stage that capacity still exists. We are prepared to do that. There's no technical comments or objections on the part of the region or the city with respect to servicing that is before council today. On the issues of landscaping and tree saving, so on our plan, we've highlighted that in the typical R5B zone, the minimum landscape open space area is 35%. We're proposing 44.2, so we're almost 10% higher than the minimum requirement. And we do intend to save as many of those trees as possible along the westerly lot line. We just generally agree with that as a point of principle, but in terms of the future residents of this development, it's also best for them as well. And so it's our intention at site plan stage to pursue those tree saving measures, and with an adequate setback of 9-meter landscape buffer for a parking area, that should be easily accommodated. Fencing could also be incorporated in that requirement. We agree with the comments that this is a site plan issue. We're willing to work with the requirements of particular landowners to a degree, but whatever the zoning would require or allow, again, we would be up for that, and also it's best for the proposed future residents as well. Unit sizes, I have that before me. So this is going to be a mix of 1- and 2-bedroom units. So there is about a 60-40 split, 60% 1-bedroom, 40% 2 bedrooms. We have unit sizes for a standard 1-bedroom of 610 square feet, 1-bedroom plus den of 727 square feet, 2-bedroom 878 square feet, 2-bedroom plus den 907 square feet. So there's quite a range of unit sizes and types. And the idea is obviously to provide some diversity in sizes and bedroom counts within the development to allow that housing choice. The public meeting comments, we did have 2 neighborhood meetings. Those are non-statutory. We were happy to hold those. The revised proposal, we agree it was the right approach to bring it straight to this public meeting. This is the standard requirement under the Planning Act to do so. So there is obviously the opportunity to participate, and residents are doing that now, and it's been good discussion. So that is the purpose of this meeting. We're happy with that approach. And I think that covers it, but I'd be happy to address any questions that council may have right now or anything I might have left off the table.
I wasn't sure, I don't know if I missed it. Did you mention about the trees?
Yes, so through your worship, I did. So it is our intention to do full tree saving measures. So if we looked at the air photo I presented, there's a large number of trees along the westerly lot boundary, kind of on the southerly portion of the site. And that's where we have our greatest landscape setback proposed. So it is our intention to save as many trees as possible. I see no reason why we can't save all those that are in good health, and that's our intention as well. At the site plan stage, we can provide that level of detail.
Okay, that's great. Thank you for that. Now, council, do you have any questions for Mr. Crow, agent for the development? Okay, looks like we're good. I don't think we have any further questions. So I appreciate your time and your answering the questions and your presentation.
Thank you very much.
Okay, well, if there's no further questions of council, the public meeting with respect to the proposed zoning bylaw amendment is now concluded. What's the wish of council? Councillor Thompson?
Yes, I think the proposal that is being made meets all the requirements, and I think the developer has done a great job in adapting to what the people are concerned about. So I would make a motion to approve the development as submitted, and all of the comments about sewage, traffic. We have to have more police officers. It's not only in Chippewa, it's throughout the city where we have a lot of people speeding, not stopping on the stop signs, and so I think that's got to happen. So I would make the motion and also have a recorded vote.
Okay, Mr. Clerk? Oh, well, we haven't had we need a seconder. Do we have a seconder? Do we have a seconder for the motion? Okay, it looks like we don't have a seconder for the motion. Do we have a motion?
Mr. Mayor?
Yes.
I'm sorry, I can't get my camera to work right now, but I would move denial of the recommendations.
Okay, do we have a seconder for that? Okay, we've got seconder by Councillor Campbell. Okay, so if there's no further, then we can call the vote.
Jim, can I just speak to it? Is that
Yes.
okay?
Oh,
Can I
yeah.
speak
Do you want to speak? Yeah, Councillor.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. You know what? Coming into the meeting and looking over the agenda and looking over the report, I thought it was good, and I thought the developer did a good job of downsizing the development. But, you know, when you listen to all the Chippewannians, who you want to call them, or the residents from Chippewa to come in, and how passionate they are about their little town, and I feel it's almost like the same as Niagara Lake. They're getting a lot of people, an influx from Toronto, coming down and moving into Niagara Lake, and the residents are calling it Toronto on the lake now. And I feel like it's the same type of thing where a lot of residents are coming, and Chippewa is like everyone's jealous of Chippewa, I think, in Ontario, because they all want to move down and nice scenery, be on the water. It's just such a beautiful place, and you've seen it grown so much in the last 20 years. And I think a lot of the residents don't want to feel, they feel like it's being taken away from them. And that heritage and that old feeling of Chippewa. And we heard some passionate people streaming there, especially, you know, Paul Krochuk, and talking about all these developments coming in, and do we have commercial buildings that'll hold all this? You know, they have the food land and stuff. Can it hold the capacity of all these new developments going in? And then our sewage. And we get emails all the time, consistently, 100 to 200 emails from people from Chippewa, how their house is coming back and being backed in. And we do have a resolution to that, but unfortunately, and the resolution comes from Councillor Pietrangelo, but it's not being fixed until 2024 when they start building this treatment plant, where they're going to be alleviated of all that problem of being backed up sewage. And I think Michelle going out and getting a petition of 1,668 people, and them just wanting to keep the zoning the way it is, and you know, maybe for the developer, like a 3-story, 10-meter is better, a better fit for the residents, or maybe a commercial part to that plot itself might be better, because you heard from someone like Paul Krochuk, with all these developments coming in, they need more commercial development, grocery stores and whatnot. So unfortunately, I can't support this today, and I appreciate everyone, and I appreciate developer downsizing it. But I think with all the residents from Chippewa weighing in, and especially with Michelle coming up with 1,660, I don't know how many residents are in Chippewa, but that covers a lot of them. So that's my view on it.
Thank you for that. I've got Councillor Pietrangelo, then Lococo.
Yeah, thanks, Your Worship. Just to echo what Councillor Strange was saying, I think sometimes we get caught in between, you know, what the provincial policies are and what the public expects of us. Chippewa is a quaint little town, and you know, there aren't really any large buildings of 4 stories there yet. I know that there is one that's that's approved, but not on that side of town. So people really find, you know, these structures out of character for the place that they grew up in, the place that they live. And that's sometimes the challenge is, I find that the infilling properties is the hardest ones to do. A lot of times if we're moving into a brand new area and everything is unbuilt, you know, and we're starting to approve 4- and 6-story buildings, then it's entirely acceptable for people who move into that area after. But when people are very established in that area, trying to fit something in after, I always think that there's a disconnect between what the provincial policies are and what the people's wishes are. So I will vote for the motion to deny.
Okay, thank you for that. Councillor Lococo.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I want to thank staff for bringing us all of the information regarding the sewage and all of those issues and educating us. I guess when you look at it, it's all about perspective, and the perspective I took was that we definitely have issues in Chippewa regarding sewage. We do have a plan, but it's later, it's a few years from now, so my thought right now is pay attention to the residents regarding the sewage, and that's why I will vote for the denial of it. I do take into consideration what all of the residents have said, but my main purpose of denying this is because of the sewage. And I know that we can go back and forth and say that, you know, things are fixed, but it is perspective, and I do believe that we have a problem and we have to fix that. Thank you.
And just on that point, I just want Mr. Nicol, if he could just clarify, because there, you know, I just don't want, it's one thing to be against this, we just have to have all the facts. Mr. Nicol, is Chippewa worse than the rest of the city for sewage problems? We just need some clarity on that.
Through you, Mr. Mayor, in my opinion, no. There's been a lot of investment to make improvements. We're really at the mercy of the weather systems that attack the city. So when we see a weather system that lands in the north end will have trouble. So I don't think it's fair to say Chippewa is any worse than the rest of the city. We just know that there are some pumping issues that have been addressed, and we're working with the region to make sure that we have all those redundancies taken care of.
Thank you for that. I just want to make sure we're dealing with the facts here. And yet, I'm not saying that they don't have any problems in Chippewa, but to say that it's worse than anywhere else in the city, that's false, right from our director. Yes, Councillor Lococo.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I wouldn't say it's worse. One thing that really hit me when I read the applications for Chippewa was all of the region's comments regarding the sewer. I wrote them all down, and after you review them, region, currently there is limited wet weather servicing available. Further review of streetscaping, stormwater management. I could go on and on. I did put a lot of thought into this, and I really have difficulty voting against what our senior managers and our department of our staff are saying, because they're educated, they've done all of the work. I do understand that, but I do believe that the residents within Chippewa are experiencing challenges, and I think we just need to hold back a little bit on development until we can fix it in there. So I do appreciate all of the staff's education and information that they brought. Thank you.
Thank you. Councillor Dabrowski.
Yeah, I'll echo my fellow councillors' comments as well. For me, it's about consistency, and I know there's been a lot of development over the past year or two that plans to move into whether it be a residential neighborhood or commercial, and there has to be consistency. And Councillor Pietrangelo has mentioned it. There's no other buildings this size in Chippewa. Sodom Road and Lions Creek Road, that does concern me a little bit just in terms of traffic. Chippewa is a growing community. I've heard quaint little town and village, but it is a growing community. It's part of Niagara Falls. Sometimes we look at Chippewa as a community not connected to Niagara Falls, but it is. But either way, for me, the main concerns were consistency. I don't believe the development's consistent with the other developments in and around the area. Willoughby's expanding. I think there are other areas of Chippewa that developers could look into, but at this time I don't think it's consistent. Chippewa's not ready for it just yet, but I think in the coming years, as more development comes into the city or the quaint little town, they'll be ready for it.
Okay, thank you for that. Any other speakers? Okay, seeing none. Councillor Thompson, did you want a recorded vote on this?
Sure.
Well, no, we have a seconder now from Councillor Campbell. Seconded the denial vote. So did you want, I'm sorry, did you want one on this? Yep. Sure. Okay, Mr. Clerk.
the floor for denial of the recommendations listed in report PBD 2020-56. I'll start again. We have a motion on the floor for a denial of the recommendations listed in report PBD 2020-56. I'll read through those that are in attendance. Councillor Campbell.
Your worship, denial is not a river in Egypt. I support the motion.
Councillor Dabrowski.
Not as creative, but I support.
Councillor Iononi.
I support.
Councillor Kerrio.
Favor.
Councillor Lococo.
I support the motion.
Councillor Pietrangelo.
In favor.
Councillor Strange.
In favor.
Councillor Thompson.
No.
And Mayor Diodati.
In favor.
And that passes.
Thank you very much. So we'll move along to the next item. Moving along, Mr. Clerk, would you please introduce the next item on the agenda?
Public meeting is now being convened to consider a proposed plan of vacant land condominium on Mears Crescent, just north of Gunning Drive. Notice was given by first-class mail in accordance with the Planning Act on August 14, 2020, and by posting a sign on the property in question. Anyone who wants notice of council's decision shall give notice to the city clerk immediately after today's public meeting. Just for a point of clarification, the public are no longer able to appeal a plan of vacant land condominium as per Bill 108.
Okay, thank you for that, Mr. Clerk. We're getting some feedback. Is somebody's microphone on, Mr. Oatley? We could mute it out, maybe? I don't know where it's coming from. Not
Mr.
really.
Mayor.
Yes.
Also, is there anybody there from IT that would be able to email me and tell me how to get my picture back up, my camera back up?
Yep.
The camera icon.
Okay, so we're told
I
just...
did. I did.
You already introduced it, right? Okay, I'll be okay. Mr. Hurlovich, our Director of Planning, will please explain the purpose of the application. Oh, are they still muted? Oh, we got to tell Kevin Jack. Here's your time to yell back. Unmute it.
No, actually, I think everyone in the meeting should be able to hear. Alex, are you able to hear us?
No, he's muted.
He's muted, but he should be able to hear us when he's part of the Zoom.
Alex, can you hear us?
We're good, they should be good.
Oh, there we go.
I'm on mute so you don't get the feedback.
Oh, gotcha. Okay, all right. All right, if you could please explain the purpose of the application before us.
Okay.
There you go. Her video's
Just share
working.
my screen.
Her video's working, Sean.
Okay. Thank you, Mr. Mayor. So this application involves a parcel of land in Chippewa on Mears Crescent. It's the formerly the King George V schoolyard, and it is zoned for townhouse development. The applicant is now wishing to proceed with an application for a vacant land plan of condominium. So the property itself is 1.4 hectares in size, 3.5 acres. It's on the east side of Mears Crescent, just north of Gunning Drive. I mentioned already the former King George V School is to the north, or detached dwellings to the east and to the west, and a Bell Canada station to the south. The proposal then is for 45 townhouse units that would be developed on vacant land. That's a term that allows then each block of townhouses to develop separately. There are 2 driveways from Mears Crescent that would service this. So they're looking to develop 45 townhouse units. They would be providing 55 required parking spaces that would have a maximum height of 10.9 meters. Those are all part of the existing approvals. There was some concern from some of the residents about the underground storage facilities that were installed. This is part of those sewage control measures. So there are tanks located in this kind of, basically, you can't tell it from here, but it's kind of the southwest corner of the site, and it is protected. So there's a municipal easement over those tanks to protect that should we have to go in there and service them at any point, and there would be behind the townhouse units themselves. The applicant proposes, I said, to develop 45 townhouse units on 3.6 acres of land. The property is currently zoned R4 with a special provision 633 that permitted 32 townhouse units. They did apply to the Committee of Adjustment in 2017 and received an extension so that they could, or variance, so that they could develop 45 townhouses. The application is for a vacant land condominium, and it's not made subject to site plan control because all of the requirements in servicing, grading, landscaping, lighting are all addressed in the condominium agreement, and they are conditions of the report that's before you tonight. The developer will be required to enter into that condominium agreement with the city, and I mentioned as well, appendix outlines all of the conditions that would be required. So the site is currently vacant. The lands are designate the property as residential, density of between 20 units per hectare and 40 units per hectare are allowed. The density of the number of units, 45, equals to 30 units per hectare. So it's right in the middle of the range that would be allowed on this property. The proposed development will be similar in height and setback to nearby residential development. And we're also asking that blocks B and F be developed to have front elevation facing towards Mears Crescent. I was going to go back a couple of slides. So that are these set of townhouses that face on the Mears Crescent. We're asking that these be provided with a building facade that looks like fronts of buildings rather than backs of buildings, so that they would complement the character of the street. The current bylaw allows for the For the townhouse development, and I mentioned the minor variances were granted in 2017 to allow the 45 dwelling units, to provide for 55 parking spaces, and to provide for 10.9 meters in height. Those are all in existence today. They're not seeking changes to those requirements. We reviewed the application and we found that the proposal is consistent with provincial policies and with the region's policies, conforms with the city's official plan and zoning bylaw as amended and varied. The development will provide housing choices and will contribute to the short-term supply of housing in the city, and the city and regional interests will be addressed through the conditions that are attached to the as an appendix to the report. So therefore, staff is recommending that the vacant land condominium draft plan be approved subject to the conditions, that the mayor or his designate be authorized to sign the draft plan approval 20 days after notice is given, and provided there are no appeals to that decision, that draft plan approval be given for 3 years, and that the mayor and clerk be authorized to execute a condominium agreement and any required documents prior to full registration of the condominium. So those are the highlights of the application.
Thank you very much, Mr. Hurlovich. Do we have any questions of Mr. Hurlovich from council? Okay, seeing none. Council will now hear from anyone other than the applicant who wishes to speak to the plan of vacant land condominium. Mr. Clerk, do we have anyone that wishes to speak?
No, Your Worship, there have been no requests to speak to this matter from the public.
Okay. So council will now hear from the applicant or his or her representative, and I assume we have someone ready to speak.
Yes, we should have Mr. Peter Lesdow on the line.
Okay, Mr. Lesdow, are you there?
Yes, I'm here.
Okay, welcome to the meeting.
Thank you. Thank you. I just have something brief to say to yourself and council members. As Mr. Hurlovich has suggested, this proposal already meets current city bylaws. The build form of this project has already been determined and was presented to the neighbors when a minor variance was requested and approved on December 5th, 2017. In our application to confirm the site plan, design, aesthetic, and technical considerations of this project have been taken into account, the following drawings were submitted for city and regional staff's review. They included an architectural site plan, landscape design plan, sedimentation and erosion plan, site grading plan, site servicing plan, site lighting plan, photometric plan, site details plan, the building elevation drawings, and a draft plan of condominium. Considering the formal approvals provided by past city council and minor variance committees for this project, which conforms to those approvals, and also considering the design and technical work submitted in support of this application, at this time, within this framework, we are only requesting the creation of 45 vacant land condominium units for this project, which does not affect its built form for council's consideration. Is there any questions from anyone?
Do you have any questions for Mr. Lesdow? Okay, it looks like you did a good job. There are no questions.
Good.
Mr. Mayor, it's Alex speaking.
Yes, Mr. Hurlovich.
I did want to mention, although there was no one registered to speak via Zoom, there were a number of written submissions on this application, and I think I just want to make sure that council is aware of that.
Okay, yeah, council saw that in their packages. Thank you for that, Mr. Hurlovich.
Yeah,
all right, the public meeting with respect to the proposed plan of vacant land condominium is now concluded. What's the wish of council? Just one at a time. I'm looking for a motion from someone from Councillor Kerrio. Okay, the four recommendations moved by Councillor Kerrio, seconded by Councillor Dabrowski. Do we have any discussion to the motion? Seeing none, we'll call the vote. All those in favor? Okay, opposed? Okay, with one opposed. Oh, two opposed, sorry. All righty. Okay, moving along to 6.3. Yes, Mr. Clerk.
Just on the next matter on the agenda, 6.3, which is a zoning bylaw amendment application. There was some confusion through the clerk's office since we saw the notice go out to the public that we thought this was a public meeting, but pursuant to provisions of the Planning Act, it's a mouthful, this is not a public meeting and notice has only been given to those individuals within the land affected by the application and those individuals and agencies who requested further notice of meetings related to the lifting of the holding symbol. The developer has provided the necessary study that the city was requiring, and the further explanation, if required, could be given by our planning director.
Okay, do we have any questions of anyone on council for the planning director? Okay, so we're looking for a motion.
Motion to approve it.
Okay, motion by Councillor Thompson to move the recommendation, removing the holding symbol. Seconded by Councillor Strange. Is there any discussion to that? Okay, seeing none, all those in favor? Okay, and that is unanimous. Thank you. Okay, moving along to reports. CAO 2020-03, Pastone Walk-in Mental Health. There's a recommendation that we approve for a renewal of 1 year.
Move the recommendation, Your Worship.
Okay, motion by Councillor Kerrio, second by Councillor Thompson. All those in favor? Okay, and that is approved. Councillor Ioannoni, are you in favor? Thank you. That's unanimous. Okay, item 7.2 is the Diversity and Inclusion Committee. Now, Mr. Mattson, we've received a number of correspondence from people requesting that this committee should be separated into two, not put into one. So I'm wondering if you could give us some advice on that, if that was the case, and also, well, why don't we start with that? Are we better off to refer this back to staff to bring it back to us again, or what do you recommend?
Well, just to point out, as you were saying, there were some emails that received last night, and even throughout today, we had emails from Phelan Shaw, Matthew Aiello, Sherry Darlene. They were all suggesting that the committees should not be merged, that the original ask of the Anti-Racism Committee still be brought forward, or there be two separate committees. We did receive further comments today from the chair from the Anti-Racism Committee in St. Catharines. I did see that all of those correspondence did get emailed to all of council. Considering they all came to me late, that's exactly what I would have done. I would have just forwarded it to you by email and not listed it within the agenda. So you do have those comments for consideration. If we want to speak to any matters within the report, our CAO may want to offer further comment.
Okay, so yes, Councillor Lococo?
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. When I read the report, that was my first thought as well, was that there were too many, I don't know what to call them, issues, communities, all in one. And all of the research that I did prior to this report coming out was basically to have at least two. St. Catharines does have three. So it was very fortunate that some people emailed us that information. I thank staff for putting all the information together, but I think it does need to go back to staff to look at possibly two committees or even three, but at least the two, that anti-racism is separate. That was our motion. And the other suggestion I have is based on a lot of the communications that I've received, is that the people on the committee, I know there's some terms of reference there in the mandate, but that the people on the committee, the members of the committee, are allowed to amend those terms of references or mandates if they see fit. It's hard for a bunch of white people to give direction to specific committees that are working towards a specific goal if we're not part of their community. So it's a great place to start, and I thank the staff for doing that, but I would like it that the committees are able to amend those mandates if they see fit. And the other comment in there was that council approve a member to serve on council. for the committee, and if allowed, I would like to serve on the anti-racism committee. If there are two committees, then another council member could serve on the other committee.
Mr. Mayor?
Yes, Councillor?
Oh, I thought she was finished. I'm sorry.
No.
No, that was, and the other big thing is that they felt four meetings a year was not sufficient. There are many issues, and it would be appropriate to have meetings like all of the other advisory committees, whether that's once a month with taking the summer off. That was the other main point I'd like to make as well.
Okay, thank you for that. And I should point out to council, also Councillor Campbell expressed an interest in being involved in the committee, which may end up being more than one committee as well. Councillor Iannoni?
Thank you. I just want to tag team onto what Councillor Lococo was saying. As I read the report, it's very detailed, very well done. But I think that the lived experiences of people who have faced racism every day cannot be reflected by, as Lori said, a bunch of white people deciding a mandate or a terms of reference for a committee that we're hoping will teach us how to deal with racism. So I hope if we're splitting this into two committees, which I would strongly recommend, that the anti-racism committee maybe get that as a template, both committees actually get that as a template and are allowed to create their own mandate in terms of reference. Because I did hear from some people saying, well, you know, you got a lot of nerve thinking that you can tell us what our lived experiences were. And there's absolutely zero way we can argue that. So if this can be put forward as a template and allow the committee to help put a mandate and in terms of reference together to help teach us what we need to bring out to the community, I think that would be a more open and positive way to go forward. And I also think that in the way many of us deal with different segments of the community, I think it should be open for any member of council to be able to sit on it. I see you're the ex officio of the one or will be both, but I think we should all have a chance to be able to sit on it. It's an important issue, I think, to everybody.
Okay, thank you. CAO, Mr. CAO, did you want to speak to this?
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. How's everybody tonight?
We're good.
I just, Mr. Mayor, I just want to give a little bit of background just for council. If you recall, on August 11th, council had approved a report and an initiative that was being circulated by the region, and it was to join a coalition of inclusive municipalities across the region. So once council endorsed that, the feeling of staff was to sort of follow on that direction of being a part of a regionalized inclusiveness movement, if you will. And that's why this report and committee sort of morphed into something greater than just just a anti-racism committee into a diversity and inclusion. And if back on the report, and I think it's in the report tonight as well, it talked about one of the things being looking at systemic and individual racism and discrimination in municipalities. So this was an attempt to try to create a larger committee that would follow on the lead of looking to regionalize initiatives, but also be able to allow an opportunity within that committee to break it down into work plans and segments of work that the committee might like to take on. And I guess the thinking there was it would be a committee of 10 individuals that if they wanted to break into sub-units of that to take on specific tasks, it could be. So I just wanted to give council a little bit of context. It wasn't that we were trying to drive this away from anti-racism. The view was to try to make it something a little bit larger than anti-racism itself and try to look at this as an all-inclusive committee. So hopefully that context helps council.
Mr. Mayor?
Yes, Councillor?
Yeah, and I'm not being critical of the report. The report is great and that works for us. And I'm listening to Mr. Todd, and staff decided this and council's going to decide that, and because that's our jobs. But if we're putting together something that's to help people deal with racism and diversity on issues that none of us have ever dealt with, I think maybe we need to start with that perspective as opposed with ours first. And maybe it can get to something that looks like what's in front of us, but it needs to be driven by those who have dealt with racism and homophobia and anti-Indigenous communities and all of those issues that none of us have had to deal with. So while I like this, I think this is the cart and we are putting it before the horse. Does that make sense in my analogy there? I think it needs to be driven by those who have dealt with it, not us.
So my question, I guess, would be, how do we give any committee in the city the ability to write their own terms of reference if they're a committee of council? I mean, do we do that anywhere in the city, and how would that happen? I would ask our CAO how we would navigate something like that.
Well, Mr. Mayor, certainly within our committees, they are given enough opportunity, if you will, to determine what their mandate would look like or what the topics or areas that they would like to delve into. But ultimately, those items come back to council. So it's council that ultimately is going to make a decision. You have to remember, these are advisory committees, and they are simply investigating an issue and reporting back to council. Council is ultimately the end deciding voice in what happens. So it's within that context that these committees advise council of things they would like to see implemented.
Okay, fair enough. So yes, Councillor Pietrangelo.
Your Worship, just to weigh in on your question, I know the Park and the City Committee, when the Environmental Planning and Greening, and I think the Trails and Bikeway Committee collapsed into one, which was the PITC. Sitting there, you know, they had us evaluate the mandate of what the PITC would be. So I don't think it's you know, off base to, you know, I guess write a shell of what we think the mandate should be and then pass it over to the committee and then get their feedback on it, and then we can adopt something that works for everyone. So
right.
That would probably be the course of action I would take.
So at the end of the day, the final decision lies here with the council.
I think it always has to, because they're an advisory.
Well, exactly. I just wouldn't want to give some false impression that they're not, you know, ultimately have to be approved right here. Councillor Lococo.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. At this point, maybe I'll put a motion on the floor that this report go back to staff and to look at putting it into two committees, an anti-racism and a diversity and inclusionary advisory committee. Maybe staff can come up with the idea about the numbers. I know it was 10 for the specific committee. You could go less on each of the committees. There was a budget there, and I didn't even think of a budget, so if they want to divide the budget so we're not spending double the amount of money, that would be fine. The other thing to maybe investigate is the number of meetings, that they are one time per month minus the summer, and that the committees have the ability to work with the mandate, the composition, and the work plan, and work with staff. And of course, it's always council who has the last say on it. And I guess, as I said, I would like to sit on the anti-racism committee, so that would be my motion.
Okay. Well, now that part though.
I'll go back, sorry. Councillor Iannone brought up a good point that if any of the other councillors wanted to sit, I think it's a great point. So maybe it would be a non-voting council members. Some committees have councillors that they're not voting, they're just there for information and to learn. And maybe we could do something like that.
Okay, so then why don't we do the motion just without the membership part, and then when it comes back, then we can decide how we're going to handle the membership part. Is that good?
Yes.
Okay, so we've got a motion by Councillor Lococo. Councillor Campbell?
Thank you, Your Worship. I'll second that, but I would also like to add that staff make a decision whether there should be one council member representing both committees, because there will be some consistency coming back and forth through that council member, whoever that is, or if they want separate council members.
Okay, thank you for that. So we've got a motion, seconded. Any questions to the motion? Okay, Mr. Clerk, you've got all that? And Ms. Moldenhauer, she's got that, Mr. CAO. Okay, we're all good. We'll call the vote. All those in favor? Okay, and that's unanimous. Great, thank you for that. Okay, Victoria Centre BIA are looking to expand their area and include some other properties. So the I'm sorry? Okay, motion by Councillor Pietrangelo, looking for a second by Councillor Campbell, that council expand the Victoria Centre business improvement area boundaries as proposed and pass the subsequent bylaw. Okay, if there's no discussion to that, we'll vote on it. All those in favor? Okay, and that's approved. Thank you. Yes, Mr. Clerk?
With that being passed, and yes, we do have Councillor Kerrio's conflict noted,
Yes.
The bylaw will appear on the next agenda of council.
Next,
To make that-
in October.
Correct.
Okay, great. Thank you for that. Excuse me. Item 7.4, questions respecting Integrity Commissioner letter of August 7th, 2020. There's a report here. Sorry, let me just get caught up, from Mr. Lustig. Okay. There's a motion to receive for information, seconded by Councillor Lococo. You want a question? Okay.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. So what I got from the report was that the Integrity Commissioner had the discretion whether to release the report or not. And I'm wondering, for transparency, is the Integrity Commissioner allowed to release the report if we ask the Integrity Commissioner to release it with the permission of the complainant and the respondent? Is that the right word?
Yeah.
Complainant and respondent. Can the Integrity Commissioner release it if we asked, just because of transparency?
Sure. Let's ask Mr. Lustig. Would you be able to answer? Did you hear that question? You're muted.
Sorry, let me get this.
Oh, you're muted.
Am I okay now?
Yep, you're good.
Okay, thank you. Yes, so my view is that the Integrity Commissioner could release publicly the entire report if he was requested to, as you put forward to, and the parties agreed.
Thank you, Mr. Lustig. I would like to put a motion forward then, A, to receive the report and to request the Integrity Commissioner to release it after obtaining permission from the complainant and the respondent.
Okay. Is that for anyone?
I'll second that.
Is that for anyone in particular or just this one?
I guess it would be all the other ones, but I thought all the other ones were public. That's why I felt that this one was the odd one.
I'm not sure. Do we know, Mr. Lustig, are there other ones too that are not public?
This is the only one that I'm aware of where there's been an investigation by the Integrity Commissioner, and he's decided to issue a letter which summarizes his findings, and he's issued in confidentiality his detailed report just to the two parties. And that is likely because, and I may be wrong here, Mr. Dark knows more about this than I do, and Mr. Mattson, but my understanding is that this is the only one where the Integrity Commissioner determined that there was not a finding. And so when he does, but there was not a violation, when he does determine that there is a violation, there are sections in the Act that requires that the full report be made public, because for, among other reasons, in that situation, a penalty comes up for consideration, and without the full report, it would be difficult for the council to consider what the penalty should be. So I think this may be the only one, but maybe Mr. Dark or Mr. Mattson, who have been around longer than I have with this, can also respond.
Mr. Mayor, to my knowledge, there was one other report. I think it was the July 2019 report that wasn't released publicly. I could be wrong about that, but maybe Mr. Mattson's got further information on that. And then the harassment complaints typically have not been released publicly.
you know, Mr. Mattson, if,
I don't know offhand any further reports that were not fully released publicly.
okay, so is the motion to release Integrity Commissioner reports?
Yes, Mr. Mayor, if that's the only one, I'm not sure why that one's not released if all of the other ones are. And again, through the Integrity Commissioner requesting and between the respondent and the complainant.
Okay. Okay, so we've got a motion by Councillor Lococo. Yes, Mr. Clerk?
Actually, just procedurally, there was a motion by Councillor Pietrangelo to receive the information, or to receive the report for information. Perhaps could be a friendly amendment for the further motion that's offered there by Councillor Lococo.
What's that? Okay, so he's going to withdraw.
Okay, first one withdrawn, so then we have a motion by Councillor Lococo, seconded by Councillor Ioannoni.
Okay, yes, Councillor Kerrio?
Your worship, is this the one where, this is the one where other municipalities there's a charge?
Yeah.
On this type of thing, the other municipalities have a charge?
Some do, yeah.
Yeah, I think, your worship, it was something that I thought that this council should look at as well, as having some type of a charge, not to have it, after looking at the report that's coming forward next, or a couple reports from now, that the costs are out of control on these, that there should be some type of a charge. Would this be the time to talk about that, or do you want to do this motion, then talk about that after?
Well, Councillor, would you rather deal with this motion individually?
Separate?
Yeah, and then we can do that separately?
Sure.
Okay, all right. Yes, Councillor
Can
Campbell.
we reread the motion, I'm sorry?
The motion is to receive the report for information and to also ask that the Integrity Commissioner release the report in question publicly upon the approval of the applicant and the respondent.
Okay, yeah, Councillor Kerrio.
I'm assuming that the Integrity Commissioner has already talked to them, that's why it's not public, but, okay.
Okay, any other questions? Okay, seeing none, we'll call the vote. All those in favor? Okay, and that's unanimous. Great. And then Councillor Kerrio.
Well, your worship, as I read further into that report, there are other municipalities that are listed. I'm not sure if there's others as well, but on these particular ones, it's not just something that's free. It's similar to the Freedom of Information request. There's a charge that goes with that, is there not? And how is that charge based?
Mr. Lustig?
Yes, so the report in, I think it was question 3, dealt with that question about imposing a fee. And you'll see within that part of the report, there's a reference to what Bill Mattson found about other municipalities. He canvassed the Niagara region and Hamilton as well. And so there are several municipalities who charge a fee. However, the fee, in my opinion, is intended to be an administrative fee. That is a fee to defray the costs of the city itself, the employees of the city who handle any aspect of this, their costs in being involved in that sort of thing. I think that's a fair fee. If the council wants to impose it, it doesn't have to. It can decide not to. It's not something that's required. But if it wants to, I think it has the legal capacity to do so. But I would caution that the fee needs to be in the realm of what is an administrative fee, not a penalty fee. And to use an analogy, the Ontario Municipal Board, Councillor Kerrio referred to freedom of information, but let's use one that's a little closer to sort of the norm. Municipal board requires a fee to be paid for making an appeal from a council decision on a planning item. And it does so in order to defray some of its costs, but to a certain extent to make sure that people understand that there's a real process and it's something that they have to think about before putting in an application, because there's a lot of work involved. But so that's about 100, it used to be 150, I think it's now 300 or something like that. But if the board or the LPAT now decides against the appeal, the government of Ontario or LPAT doesn't charge the person who was the unsuccessful complainant, its costs in running the appeal and having the hearing and making the decisions and writing the reasons and all of that. So I think that if you're thinking about doing that, I can't tell you whether you should or you shouldn't. That's your decision from a policy point of view. But if you're looking for a legal basis, these other municipalities have done so, and I think we could do so too. But it would have to be limited, and you should have due consideration to the arguments on both sides of the coin, which I'm not going to take a side on. So I hope that answers your question, Councillor.
Well, Your Worship, on the page 2, St. Catharines charges a $36.90, Fort Erie $100, Hamilton $100, Grimsby $200. I don't know whether we want to debate among ourselves and see what, and they also say that it's refundable if the complaint is found to be valid. That's what they do. So do we want to debate among ourselves and come up with a fee, or do we want to send it back to staff and have them recommend a fee?
I think it's going to be our decision anyway in the end, so maybe pick a number.
I don't think you could leave it up to me, Your Worship, because I'd be suggesting $5,000 or $10,000, so maybe the other councillors might want to weigh in.
Do we have any other councillors want to weigh in on this?
What, can you tell me which one we're discussing right now?
We're on the same one. We're on 7.4, the report from Mr. Lustig, and we're talking about item 3, the current, the charging for filing of a complaint.
Okay, thank you.
Okay, do we have any other feedback from council? I've got Councillor Strange and then Lococo.
Yeah, Mr. Mayor, I'd like to just make a motion that we refer to staff and tell them to bring it back with the proper amount, and then maybe we can discuss it after. I don't think this is a time or place right now. So.
Okay, motion by Councillor Strange, second by Councillor Kerrio. Any discussion to the motion? Yes, Councillor Lococo.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I was going to bring this up under 7.5, the cost to the municipality, but I think it's appropriate at this part, and it speaks directly to the motion. We're looking at a cost to submit the application, and I'm wondering if we should maybe be looking at a procedure internally that all council members sign. My background is in alternate dispute resolution and working in the court system and the legal system, and I definitely see benefits of mediation. What I would like to see is a process of when there is an issue, how we deal with it, not just going straight to the integrity commissioner. So maybe the fee is part of that. Could I put another motion forward to have staff investigate other processes? Because it's not just this council. It's at the region, it's other municipalities, it's all across the country that integrity commissioner reports are being submitted on a regular basis. There has to be a better way, and I would like to see a process of what we do to follow that before we get to the integrity commissioner. Now, the one point when I was doing some research, in our code of conduct, it says that we have to file within 60 days of the incident. So either we amend our code of conduct for the 60 days, or within this policy, could we not say that we notify the integrity commissioner that there has been an incident, but we're going to deal with it per our policy, and then whatever the policy is. So those were some of my ideas, and I think it speaks to the next one as well.
Okay, well, why don't we do this then? Let's deal with this vote on the dollar amount, and then we can deal with that one separately. We'll get some input from Mr. Lustig on that process. So is there any other discussion to asking staff to come back with a dollar number for filing? Councillor Pietrangelo.
Well, I think we can probably do one motion where staff can come back with a recommendation on an amount and a recommendation on any other procedures that they think would be beneficial to the process.
Mm-hmm. Okay.
One report.
Mr. Mayor, can I stop? Can I just speak to that?
Yeah.
It's going to segue into the next report, but what I wanted to say is you've broke the reports for the cost of reports, which I don't mind having a discussion about, was broken down, and what we haven't highlighted, and Mr. Lustig and Mr. Dark can certainly speak to this. There's a vast difference between an integrity commissioner complaint and harassment complaint under the city's harassment policy in Bill 168. Those are two totally separate, different issues. And as a matter of fact, if you pull up the city's respect in the workplace harassment prevention, harassment complaints are dealt entirely separately than integrity commissioner complaints. Integrity commissioner complaints are code of conduct complaints about elected officials. So I don't want to see, so if that's what you want to attach a cost to, I understand that. But something that under our own under our own policy, it says all complaints will be taken seriously and handled in a discreet, sensitive manner and as confidentially as possible. The rights of all concerned will be respected and there will be no reprisals for making a complaint. And that's under the harassment bill 168. So I don't want anybody to think that there has to be a cost for that type of complaint. If you're dealing with just integrity commissioner complaints, I get it. But under the Occupational Health and Safety, there's an act, there's nothing that says there's a cost if you feel you're harassed in your workplace.
Yeah, I don't think anyone's talking about that. I think we're just talking about.
But they are, and I understand that, Mr. Mayor, but they are both in the next application, which on the next agenda, which I found very confusing because they're two totally separate issues. So I just wanted to make sure that I made that point clear.
Okay, so there's a motion. So I'm sorry, who made the second now? I can't remember who made the motion. Councillor Lococo made the motion and it was seconded by whom? No.
Strange and Kerrio.
Oh, Strange and Kerrio. Okay, so we're gonna mix the two together then? Is that how you guys want to do it, into one report?
Sure.
So you're gonna ask staff to come back with a cost? Is that what you want, Councillor Pietrangelo? And
Well, I think one report would be
okay,
better.
so yes.
Yes.
Okay, so I want to get this, so I got it straight. So one is asking staff to come back with a suggestion on cost for integrity commissioner complaints, and two, alternate dispute resolution opportunity for code of conduct complaints that they could bring to us as well. Is that what we're saying? Okay. Is that right? Yes?
Just one question. The complaint could be from a council member or from a resident. So would those both be the same cost? So to keep that in mind when staff is putting that together. Is it the same cost for a councillor to put in an integrity commissioner report, or as a resident putting in the integrity?
I guess that'd be part of the report. That
So
would
I
come
just want to
first.
bring that up, that they're putting their mind to that.
Yep.
It's gonna be 90 days.
Okay, are we clear on the motion? And Mr. Lustig, Mr. Mattson, is there any other questions about that? Are you clear on it before we call a vote?
Your Worship, maybe I'm saying this a little bit too late, but I want to just repeat before you make you take the vote, something that I said, which was that the range that you decide on eventually for a filing fee for a complaint, I suggest needs to be in the range of what the other municipalities in the area have come up with, because it's really reflective of an administrative cost, not a penalty for filing a complaint. And so it's very likely that when this part of the report comes back, it's just going to remind you that it's an administrative fee, and it should be in the range of $36 or $37 and $300 or $200, whatever it is. That's probably what it's going to say, and so there isn't any great magic to that, I don't think. And as far as distinguishing between members of council or the council as a whole or anyone else, because all three of those parties can make a complaint, I can't imagine that you would actually distinguish and give a sort of discount to anybody. So you can be sure that there won't be any sort of favorable rate suggested for integrity commissioner complaints. That isn't really, I don't think it makes a lot of sense. So I thought you should know that before you vote, because that's what you're going to end up getting back in all likelihood in the report, at least as far as this part of the request is concerned.
So are you suggesting just pick a number? Is that what you're saying? Because that's all you're going to do is pick a number between 36 and 200?
That's great.
If it was left to me, quite candidly, I'd say pick a number. You pick a number between 36 and 300.
Okay, all right, so I think we might have an amendment
Okay.
to the motion. Have we picked a number?
I'll make an amendment to that motion, and I'd just say, withdraw it, and just say to do the same as Grimsby, and have a $200 deposit for a resident to come forward and make a complaint, and if their complaint is justice, they get that 200 back. If it doesn't, then they lose that 200.
So it's refundable? Okay, it's refundable if it's found valid?
Yes.
Right, okay, yes, and Councillor Lococo.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I just don't want to deter anyone from making a complaint that can't afford $200. $200 to some of our residents is a very large sum of money, and to know that they wouldn't be able to complain about something just over $200, I would like to go lower, like maybe $75.
Well, to that point, the last resident that made a complaint didn't cost them anything. It cost the city taxpayers $21,500.
Your Worship, just to that
If you
point
can't
as well.
afford $200 for $21,500 for taxpayers to pay that, I think that's ridiculous.
Yes, Councillor.
Really?
Just to that point as well, Your Worship?
Yep.
Yeah, just to that point, the resident pays $0 if the complaint is valid.
Right.
Okay. If the complaint is found not valid, that's the only time that the municipality cashes the check. So really, there's $0 cost to the complainant if it's a valid complaint.
Yep. Councillor Lococo?
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I do understand both of those concepts and how much it cost, and that's why I suggested about going to alternate dispute resolution and coming up with a policy. So I hope that before it ever gets to an integrity commissioner, that there will be a bunch of different things that we can look at. I do agree that there should be an administrative fee, not a penalty to file. And I think $200 is a high administrative fee.
Okay. Any other discussion?
Grimsby doesn't even have near our population, and they're at $200 already, so I don't see. And if someone wants to make a complaint and it's justified, they get that money back. So you're just not getting people just throwing spitballs at somebody and they're not sticking, right? And it doesn't cost them anything.
Okay, anybody else want to comment? Okay, so now, I don't know how you feel if you want to split them, because I don't know if you're intending to vote for this or against it if we've got two parts together, right? That's why I think, you want to separate?
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I would like to separate them.
Yeah, that's what I thought. So we're going to vote first on the $200 being the refundable amount if they're found valid to file, right? Okay, so we'll call that vote. All those in favor? Okay, opposed? Okay, 2 opposed. And now, Councillor Lococo, you want to make your motion for alternate dispute resolution?
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I'd like to put the motion forward that we refer it to staff to come up with some ideas and suggestions about alternate dispute resolution, what other communities are doing to take certain steps before filing an integrity commissioner report, and to find out if there are any barriers in doing that. For example, the time frame, like the 60 days, that's in our code of conduct. Do we need to change that? Do we need to advise the integrity commissioner of that at the beginning before we go through all of those? So that would be my motion.
Councillor Campbell?
Your Worship, that 60 days is not our code of conduct. That's what the commissioner says.
Integrity commissioner?
Integrity commissioner, that's what.
Mr. Lustig, can you comment on that?
No, actually, the 60 days is right in your code of conduct.
That's ours?
Yes.
Okay. So, yeah, Councillor Dabrowski.
Yes, sorry, just to chime in. I just find it a bit odd that us as council members who are here to counsel are asking for a counsel on how to act as a council. I think we have a specific code of conduct. We've all been elected here as passionate, responsible, and respectful people, and I think we need to continue to conduct ourselves that way. And the fact that we're still roaming around the council chambers here talking about how much we should charge people for filing the integrity commissioner's report, I think we should all keep our head down, continue to work hard for the residents, and put our best foots forward. But I'll continue on my rant over in the next topic, but I can't support that motion. Although I do want to work together with everybody as a team. I think we're all in this together, whether it be through the pandemic or making Niagara Falls a better city to live, work, and play. I think it's absolutely ridiculous that we're having this conversation around the table. Sorry.
Any other discussion to the motion? No? So Mr. Yes?
I didn't get a second.
Oh, okay. Do we have a seconder for the motion? Okay, we got Councillor Iannone. Okay, so is there any, Mr. Clerk? Yeah, could you just, clarify what it is?
Okay, my print is very small, so bear with me. We have a motion by Councillor Lococo, seconded by Councillor Iannone, that the matter of the Code of Conduct complaints be referred to staff and come back with any recommendations or suggestions that can be beneficial through a process whereby there is an internal or such as a councillor issue, that it go through some sort of mediation or an alternative dispute resolution or any steps before it goes through to an integrity commissioner, and that we also look at the 60-day time period that's laid out as per the council's code of conduct.
And Mr. Mayor, can I just say something before we vote on that?
Yes.
When you file an integrity commissioner complaint, you have the option to go informal, mediation, or full investigation. So I think what Councillor Lococo is saying is we have those options before us. We don't seem to be using them, and we've never used the informal approach. And nobody really wants what's happening now to continue to happen. So I think we're trying to find some sort of happy medium where we're not going through this anymore.
Okay, I've got the CAO.
Well, Mr. Mayor, I am going to call Councillor Iannone out on that one because, quite frankly, informal mediation was used. It was used in the Janet Leeper case, and there was a report before council that was endorsed by council that basically indicated behavior of the councillor would stop. After that report was accepted by council, the behavior pattern began again probably within a month. So where I caution about going informal, and the councillor says it hasn't happened, it most definitely has, and it most definitely did not work.
Okay, thank you for that.
Can I say something? And I'm not going to get into a back and forth fight with Mr. Todd. So basically what he's saying is if what he feels, if my conduct is not up to his liking, then the mediation through Janet Leeper didn't work. And my conduct will probably never be up to his liking or yours, Mr. Mayor.
Well, Councillor, I don't think you need to say what he's trying to say. I think you just give your perspective.
No, I'm not just giving my perspective. What I'm saying is the mediation process with Janet Leeper worked. We were in there and it worked. It worked with a staff member and it worked with Mr. Todd.
Okay, so I've got Mr. Todd. I know we'll get there. Mr. Todd?
Mr. Mayor, it did not work because the councillor completely breached the decisions and the recommendations of that informal mediation, and the result of that is the Integrity Commission report that's before you tonight.
Thank you for that. Councillor Pietrangelo?
Your Worship, I thought I read in the paper that mediation was asked for and was not granted. Now I'm hearing that there was mediation. I'm sorry if I'm the only one, but I guess I'm confused on what the truth is.
Can I fix that for him? I didn't ask for the mediation with Janet Leeper. Janet Leeper asked for mediation, and both parties agreed. So That's the difference. We had mediation twice on the request of the integrity commissioner. What I said in the newspaper was, anytime I have asked for mediation, it has not happened. So you're not wrong, Councillor Pietrangelo. There was mediation twice, but that was at the insistence of the integrity commissioner at the time.
Okay.
Mr. Todd?
Pardon me?
Mr. Todd?
Mr. Todd?
Mr. Mayor, I'm not sure why I would agree to going through mediation twice on the same topic. The councillor agreed to mediation. Council accepted the findings of that mediation and it was breached, which has resulted in the councillor indicating that I would have liked to have done this one through informal mediation. Well, you had your chance the first time. I'm not going to go through mediation twice, and that's the result of what you have before you tonight, Mr. Mayor.
Okay, thank you for that. So folks, we've got a motion on the table. We're not going to keep going back and forth, Councillor. We're going to deal with the motion on the floor right now. So there's a motion that's just been read by the clerk. Yes, Councillor Pietrangelo?
Just to speak to the motion, Your Worship.
To the motion, yes.
Mediation is already an option.
Right.
Then why do we need a staff report?
Okay, well, it's a better understanding the process, because you're right. Well, we'll ask the mover, Councillor Lococo.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. What I was looking for was a process. So if mediation is already offered, I think we need to go through a process and tick off boxes. Okay, we've done this, this didn't work, we move on to the next level. I haven't seen anything like that other than the code of conduct. And if, like I said, it's not just in this council, integrity commissioner reports, complaints have been all across Canada, specifically in the Niagara region. It's not just us. I think we need to have better communication and a process of the things that we can do before it gets to integrity commissioner.
Okay, well, let's call that vote then. So we've got a motion by Councillor Lococo, seconded by Councillor Ioannoni, that staff come back with an alternate dispute resolution process of going into code of conduct complaints. Okay, so we'll call the vote. All those in favor? Okay, and opposed? Okay, so that motion does not pass. Okay, so we're gonna move along to item 7.5. And in it, you'll see there's a listing of costs for a number of investigations on the municipality. So what's the direction of council? You can see it's a substantial number. Yes, Councillor Kerrio?
Well, Your Worship, I asked for this report to be done, and the other day when I was asked why, is the motion that I'll put forward on the floor. After looking at this, Your Worship, most people, when I talked about some of the things we talked about, these things costing the taxpayers quite a bit of money, couldn't believe it. So I had asked for the staff to put together one report so we could see it all on one page. And it is a horrendous amount of money for the taxpayers to pay. But the report it speaks for itself, Your Worship. But what I'd like us to do with this report is have this sent to the Ministry of Municipal Affairs with the concerns that the council has. We've been given the task to deal with policing ourselves, our code of conduct, but we don't have the tools needed to deal with certain things like repeat offenders or individuals who seem to think that the rules don't apply to them. So I'm looking for help from the province. Your Worship, council didn't ask for the job to police their fellow councillors' behavior, but has been made our responsibility. And I take it very seriously, Your Worship, as we've dealt with this many times in the past. But I find that there's a huge disconnect between the cost of these investigations to our taxpayers and the punishment that this council has, or the tools that we have to deal with, especially in the case of people that multiple offenses. So I would like this report sent to the municipal, the proper ministry. I think it's a Ministry of Municipal Affairs. And I think that the staff and yourself have been talking to them about some way to help us in this particular situation. But I think they should see this. So I'm going to ask that this report that we're going to receive and file this, and this be sent on for them to review and comment, and maybe go along with what we're asking for some help in what we might do on this particular situation.
Okay, so we've got a motion from Councillor Kerrio, seconded by Councillor Dabrowski. And just before we do that, Mr. Clerk, what is the status of the letter that we passed sometime during the summer that we sent to the Minister of Municipal Affairs?
Yes, Your Worship. There was a similar motion made by Council back in June. I don't have the exact wording in front of me, but it was similar to the idea that Council did not have the tools that you felt necessary for the punishments that are laid out within the Act. Correspondence was sent off to the Ministry of Municipal Affairs and Housing, and I have not received any response since that date.
So we could send this along to go along with that original request then?
Yes, I could resend the original request, and then tonight's motion, should it pass as well.
Well, Your Worship, I think it will have a lot more impact if they see this report as well as our request.
Okay, thank you for that. Councillor Lococo?
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I have a question on the June 2017, it's 9,692, and the June 2018, it's 6,780. Are those two mediations? Is that why it's so low in comparison to the other costs?
So you're saying, I'm sorry, June 2017?
June 2017.
So Duxbury, and then August?
And then the 6,780. Are those two mediation? Is that why the cost is low?
Janet Leeper. I don't know, who would be able to answer that question? Mr. Mattson, would you know that, or?
Correct.
Mr. Dark. Okay, yep, Mr. Dark.
The report in June 2018, that was the cost of the mediation. The June 2017 was the full integrity complaint costs.
Okay.
Thank you.
Okay, thank you for that, Mr. Dark. Okay, so we've got a motion by Councillor Pietrangelo.
Thanks, Your Worship. I did have a question, speaking, I guess, to the report. As I look on page 2 under financial implications, it kind of lists the costs on the very right-hand side of what each report was. And I guess my question through you to staff was, are these the costs of the reports being done by the solicitors or whoever the integrity commissioner was at the time? Like, are those just the integrity commissioner costs?
Mr. Dark, are those, did you hear that question? So are those costs just the Integrity Commissioner report from the lawyers that did the investigation? Is that what that is?
Yes, they are. And those are the costs that we were billed by the Integrity Commission.
Yeah, so just to follow that up then, Your Worship, I just want to get like a sense of staff that are involved in these type of investigations to know what the true cost is, because this is the cost that we actually had to pay out. But I wanted to know how many staff are involved in these, how much time it eats up of them. So maybe staff can give us some insight into what that looks like.
I don't know, Mr. Dark, or who'd be the right person to answer that, but do you know the answer to that?
Well, Mr. Mayor, it's a hard thing to quantify. I know there has been a lot of staff time involved in all of these complaints, and it depends on the complaint itself and who's involved. I mean, I know the CAO, the solicitor, myself, other staff, the clerk. There's a lot of people involved in these, and whether they're complainants or respondents, they're involved in this as well as witnesses. So that's a very difficult question to answer. But the point is, I suppose that the costs that we are billed by the Integrity Commissioner do not really reflect the true costs of the investigation. I suppose when you factor in all the staff time that is associated with these.
Councillor Pietrangelo?
Yeah, thanks, Your Worship. It appears as though, I guess, you know, your top staff in City Hall are part of every single one of these investigations. I know Mr. Dark mentioned the CAO himself, which is the Director of Human Resources, our City Clerk, our City Solicitor. Those are for the top paid people as well. So I would imagine that the cost of staff time is also significant. Your Worship, in all these situations, I usually try to, you know, take my emotion out of it and think to myself, you know, what it would be like if it was me, really. And I mean, just thinking about this, I'd have to start to question, you know, I mean, if I had costed the taxpayers, you know, X amount of dollars, and I'm not part of any of these reports, thankfully, but I mean, if I had, and depending on the scale of the amount that I cost them, I think I'd have to start to question my effectiveness and, you know, whether or not I was on the right path, and I guess whether I was serving the best interests of the public or serving the best interests of myself. So those would be my comments.
Thank you for that. I've got the CAO, then I've got Councillor Strange, then Dabrowski. Mr. CAO?
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I just wanted to remind or let Council know that with respect to the issue of having the information sent off to the Minister of Municipal Affairs and Housing, I did have an opportunity at the AMO conference as one of our delegation, one of our appointments, to bring that matter forward. The Minister did indicate that it had been raised by several other municipalities that were facing similar experiences to us. Unfortunately, it's just taken a little bit of a back burner lately in moving anything forward simply because of the COVID situation. But they were hoping as we come out of COVID over the next several months that they'll be returning their attention to that matter.
Thank you for that. Councillor Strange, then Dabrowski.
Yeah, Mr. Mayor, I just, you know, when you put up all the incidents, and this has only been since July 2016, and you add up the amounts, it's just ridiculous. And all this is going on the onus of the taxpayers. You know, for one particular council member to cost the city residents $250,000 is just ridiculous. At the beginning of this term, we had a code of conduct session. And we all discussed, I remember Councillor Kerrio asking, say, okay, what are the implications, what we can and what we can't do on social media, what we have to do to ask questions, what properly way we have to do it. And we were told exactly what we had to do. But unfortunately, certain councillors can't follow that. It's unbelievable. And when you put the amounts into perspective, you know, only since 2016, this is 10 years of councillor money right here, of what we're getting paid, spent in 4 years. It's unreal, and it's unacceptable. You know, the money that what you could do with $250,000, you could build a homeless shelter on city property right now for that. We could. We could build a mental health addiction center on a city facility, a city property right now. More importantly to my heart, when you put the amounts together, and Ronald McDonald House is dear to my heart, you can put 20,833 families for one night at Ronald McDonald House. Or you could put a sick children's family at Ronald McDonald House for 57 years, one family. It's unbelievable, and it has to stop. There has to be better ways of settling this. You know, when you find out someone could just say, okay, I made a mistake, I'm sorry, but it's never that option. You know, for a couple of these are 69,000, 55,000. It's ridiculous. And I don't know any other municipality in Canada that has probably spent that in integrity commissioners. If we're trying to get the Guinness Book of World Records for integrity commissioners and spending taxpayers' money, we're winning. Because it's unbelievable, and it has to stop.
Thank you for that. Councillor Dabrowski.
My comments will actually add up to the next report, so
Okay.
I can save them for them.
Okay. Any other comments before we call? We have to call a vote yet, Mr. Clerk, or did we? Yeah. Okay, so we got the vote from Councillor Kerrio's motion, and who made the second? I don't remember, I'm sorry. And Councillor Dabrowski. Okay, so that's to, yes, Councillor Lococo? Yeah, Mr. Clerk, could you repeat the motion, please?
The motion is to receive and file the report and to have the report HR 2020-01 sent to the Ministry of Municipal Affairs and Housing with concerns that council has since they do not have the tools to use to deter future continued behavior. If the councillor, I noticed you may have had that written down. If I've missed any wording in that, feel free to forward that to me as well.
Well, that's basically it. Okay, so we've got the motion. You're okay with
Can
it?
I speak?
Yes, you can.
Thank you. I just want to talk, Councillor Kerrio talked about, and I wrote it down, how he likes to follow rules. And he thinks perhaps we should look at how much is spent because it's very important to him that as councillors, we follow rules. In order to file an integrity commissioner report, there's rules. You have to file a complaint, you have to sign your name to it, you have to have an integrity commissioner decide whether it's a valid complaint or not. The only one I will take off this table here is the top one. I didn't file the complaint, the city did. There's 2 newspaper articles following the very next day the complaint started where the city said we needed to take action because it happened in an open council chamber. That is not grounds for an integrity commissioner complaint. I could ask you to give me my signed complaint on that, and the only thing they would have, Mr. Mayor, is my text to you, which is not a valid complaint. I made sure I checked with them today. Not a valid complaint. So that was the city who took that issue on, not me. The rest of them, I'll say this. You can publicly discuss under law integrity commissioner complaints. But the fact but the fact that you have harassment complaints that are supposed to be protected in this list, you are not even compliant to the Occupational Health and Safety Act. You aren't compliant to our own Workplace Harassment Act. Your punishment of me with 90 days and my committees and my paid committees and Holdco is not following the Municipal Act. You are not following the rules there. Now my question, the thing that bothers me is we have a solicitor sitting there. We have a clerk who should be telling council whether they overstep their boundaries. We have a head of HR who knows the Occupational Health and Safety Act and our own workplace harassment prevention. And I don't speak for any other councillor there, and they can discuss what they want. But I quite frankly think you broke my privacy and Councillor Campbell's privacy. If it's not an integrity commissioner complaint, it should not be on that list. The Occupational Health and Safety Act says harassment complaints are protected under privacy. And just let me say why this report is here. And I rewatched the tape today. Councillor Kerrio said in June when the report came to you, I would like to see a report that says how much has been spent on investigations before we decide how to punish Councillor Iannone. Well, the Occupational Health and Safety Act doesn't allow him to do that, and our own policy doesn't allow him to do that. You are not allowed to decide a punishment based on past complaints. You are not allowed to, there will be no reprisals for placing a complaint. Councillor Kerrio's own words that night was, we'll decide how we want to punish her based on the cost of the complaints. Then we'll see how strong we want to go. We have a lawyer, we have a HR, and we have a clerk. Why doesn't anybody say, by the way, council can't do that. It's against the Occupational Health and Safety Act. It's against our own rules, and it's against the way to file an integrity commissioner complaint.
Okay, Councillor, well, since we've got these experts on the call, we're gonna ask them to answer the question. And I would suggest to you the decision tonight is independent. It's a decision a recommendation by the Integrity Commissioner on the investigation of the complaint on its own. It doesn't tie to any past history of complaints that are here. But since you brought it up, we're going to ask Mr. Dark if you would please address the comment that was brought forward.
And Mr. Mayor, can I just say something before he does? That's fine for you to say sitting there, but that is not what Councillor Kerrio said when he asked for this report.
Okay, I'm sorry, Mr. Dark?
Yeah, through the chair. The code of conduct that Councillor Ioannoni is referring to, her own councillor code of conduct does refer to harassment complaints as part of that code of conduct. So it is contemplated in the Integrity Commissioner investigations. It's contemplated in Council's own code of conduct. So I disagree with her statement that harassment issues cannot be brought forward as part of an integrity investigation.
Okay, thank you for that.
Mr. Mayor, they're not integrity investigations. I pulled every report. The ones that say Integrity Commissioner complaints are on there. The ones that say Bill 168 harassment and violence, whatever it is, those are not Integrity Commissioner complaints.
Mr. Dark?
Again, I would challenge Councillor Ioannoni to read the code of conduct. It does contemplate harassment complaints being part of that.
Well, you should read your harassment policy.
Thank you, Mr.
That's
Dark.
not what it says.
Yeah, well, I would say that that's an employee harassment policy, and you passed your own code of conduct in 2019, which contemplates workplace harassment. So you're missing that point somehow.
No, you're.
Thank you, Mr. Dark. Okay, Councillor, we're not back and forth. We're going to run the meeting through here, please. And I've got Councillor Pietrangelo. Councillor Pietrangelo is next to speak, please.
And then me, thank you.
Councillor Pietrangelo, I'll let you know who's next.
Your Worship, is the point being made that the public really doesn't have the right to know where their tax dollars are going? I mean, I thought that that's what the whole intent of the report was, because, I mean, what the public should be allowed to know is where their money is being spent. But what I'm hearing is that there should be secrets, and that shouldn't be disclosed publicly. I mean, I don't agree with that. I think the public really deserves to know where their money's being spent.
Yep. Okay, Councillor Ioannoni, did you have something to say?
Yeah, I did. The policy that I showed Mr. Dark, in here it says it is for employees and elected officials. Right in your workplace harassment prevention.
Okay,
so,
Mr. Dark, did you want to address that?
In 2010, the province passed a Bill 168 workplace harassment policy for employees. Yes, councillors were a part of that. So were volunteers, so were students. In 2019, the province mandated us to implement a code of conduct for councillors, which included workplace harassment. It's in the policy, it's in the code of conduct policy for councillors. So that's what we're using, that's what we're following. Councillor Ioannoni has told me that she believes that harassment complaints, because they're involved councillors, should be in the public realm. She's told me that before. I had an email from her to that effect. So now that she's changing her position, I don't understand that. But she's told me in the past that I had an email from her, and that led to a dispute I had with her back in December of 2017.
Thank you very much.
Mr. Mayor, am I allowed, because this is the only format we have to discuss this. So let me just say, that is absolutely not what I'm saying. We have to, if you're going to preface it with, we follow the rules before us. I don't have a problem with Integrity Commissioner complaints being made public. I don't. I have a problem with harassment complaints that are private being made public. And Councillor Pietrangelo might not like that, but the Occupational Health and Safety Act says they're private.
Okay, well, we appreciate your opinion. We've got the opinion of our Director of Human Resources.
Your Worship.
And yes, Councillor Pietrangelo.
Yeah, to that point, what I said is the taxpayer should be allowed to know what it costs them not the contents of the report. The contents of the report should be made private, but the taxpayer should be allowed to know where their dollars are going and what they're going for.
Right. Yes, Mr. Dart?
And to the chair, that's an excellent point, and that's exactly what we've done here. We have not released the harassment report, the complaints.
Okay,
Because
thank you.
under law, you can't.
Okay, so we've got to call the motion, the vote yet? Is that right, Mr.? So you're good, Councillor Lococo? Okay. So the vote basically is to send this to the Minister of Municipal Affairs and Housing as part of our last letter and package for their research and their homework. Yes, Councillor Lococo.
Mr. Mayor, I'm just wondering, as you're saying that, to Councillor Strange's comment about other municipalities not costing this much, is there any way that we can get other data from other municipalities? It's just because the statement was made, and I don't know if that's true or not without data.
Well, you can make that as a separate motion, but I'd say this one, let's vote on what the motion is
Okay,
right
that's
now.
fine.
If that's okay. Okay, so we're going to call the vote. All those in favor? Okay. Everyone, that was unanimous, by the way, so that's good. So we're going to move on to the next report,
You gonna make that motion?
which is which one? Oh, yeah, I'm sorry, yes.
That's
Go ahead,
okay.
Councilor Lococo. Yep,
Sorry,
yep,
Mr.
I'm
Mayor.
sorry.
The motion
Yep.
I'd like to put forward is that staff find out dollar figures about other municipalities spent on Integrity Commissioner complaints.
Okay, motion by Councilor Lococo, second by Councilor Strange. You've got that, Mr. Clerk? Any questions to that motion? All those in favor? Okay, and that's unanimous as well. Thank you for that. Okay, and now we are on to 7.6, which is the actual Integrity Commissioner's final report for the Code of Conduct complaint. Councillor Dabrowski?
I'll speak to it. This is unfortunate that we've spending so much time going in circles on this, but it's unfortunate that we also have a breach of our code of conduct again and an integrity commissioner's report in front of us. We've been elected by our residents to lead our city in a transparent, professional, polite, and respectful manner, whether it be here in council chambers, whether it be on the phone when we're talking to constituents, or whether it be when we're talking to each other on social media or text messages, Instagram, on all our social media posts. We have to be responsible. And that's exactly why this code of conduct is in place. It's in place to keep us accountable. It's in place to keep us responsible for our actions. At the end of the day, we're trying to better and best serve our residents. Our community, we're only as strong as our council and our camaraderie around the table. And if we continue this way, we're not serving the best interests of our community. Unfortunately, we're in a lose-lose situation here, and the real loss, it's unfortunate, it's to the residents. The residents lose out on their hard-earned money that they pay out to pay municipal taxes. That money could be better used than the $250,000 that we've literally wasted on these complaints and integrity commissioner reports. Money could have gone to playgrounds, safety programs, as Councillor Strange mentioned, homeless initiatives, whatever the case may be, parks, trees. There's so many things I think of that we could have spent that $250,000 on. And the residents, they've lost out on that. And that's who the real loss here is, to the residents. And it's unfortunate, and I hope we can get over it and get through this. At the end of the day, we need to keep accountable, and we can't make an exception for one person. If we make any exceptions, we'll find ourselves in a lose-lose situation again, and I can't stand by that. So I want to support and make a motion and support the Integrity Commissioner's recommendation of, I believe it's B, as part of the report that we suspend the councillors' pay for 90 days.
Okay, we got a motion by Councillor Dabrowski, seconded by Councillor Strange. Anyone like to speak to the motion? Yes, Councillor Kerrio.
Well, Your Worship, I'm glad to support the motion, and I'd just like to read the final comments of Michael Maynard, his last paragraph that we are obviously going to vote on. Given the nature and number of the contraventions, together with several noted factors which council may consider aggravating in nature, it is accordingly the recommendation of the Integrity Commissioner and myself that Niagara Falls City Council impose an economic sanction against Councillor Iannone of 90 days suspension of remuneration in respect of her service as a member of council. Unfortunately, Your Worship, after reading the other report and then reading this one again, many, many times. It's unfortunate in my position, or my estimation, that this is all we can do.
Thank you for that. Any other comments of council before we call the vote? Yeah, I've got Councillor Lococo, Councillor Pietrangelo.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I agree, I think, with everybody that this is very unfortunate that we're in this situation again, and I really don't want to be in this situation. I think that we need to look at alternate forms of settling these disputes. I don't see that what has happened in the past is working, so I am not going to support the recommendation to remove the remuneration of pay. But I really believe that we need to move in a different direction, because there will be conflicts and there will be different attitudes and behaviors that some of us do not like, and how do we deal with them? Thank you.
Okay. I've got Councillor Pietrangelo, I've got Councillor Campbell, and then Dabrowski.
Yeah, thanks, Your Worship. And once again, like, you know, when I deal with things of this nature, I usually try to pull my emotion out of it and just take a look at the black and white facts. And a lot of times what helps me is to draw a parallel between what I do here after my day job, and my day job is a high school teacher. And a lot of times what I try to think of is, you know, my actions here, do they parallel what I do at school? And, you know, when I come to think of it, and the Integrity Commissioner investigations that have gone through, I mean, I think to myself, if I was in the school system and I took confidential information and I gave it to someone, would my principal or would Human Resources be calling me in and talking to me or reprimanding me? And I think the answer is yes, right? And then I think to myself, you know, well, if I took to my Facebook page, although I don't have one, but if I took to my Facebook page and started saying all these things about colleagues and staff, and, you know, would that be acceptable in my place of work? And again, I think to myself, no. My principal or someone from Human Resources is going to call me in, and they're either going to tell me that I can't do that, or there's going to be a reprimand. And in this latest one, I mean, you know, it was the emails of calling yourself and other senior staff absolute liars with no basis. And I think to myself, I can't email all of my colleagues in the school system and call my principal or the director liars, like flat out liars, with no basis. And that's the reason why we're here. So I really try to understand sometimes how someone can say, no, I did nothing wrong. Because in the world that I live in during the day, and I think in all other worlds that are in this country, it is unacceptable. So, I mean, I guess in order to move forward, we have to treat people with respect, and we have to do unto others as you would have done to you.
Thank you for that. Councillor Campbell?
Thank you, Your Worship. In my Integrity Commissioner report, initially I did not feel I had contravened anything dealing with council. However, I quickly became aware of the fact, and I apologized. Given the opportunity, I apologized. And Janet Lepier, in her report, made note of that. And it was a sincere apology that I made with respect to the individual. And her recommendation was that there be no further action, because I was given the opportunity, and I took advantage of the opportunity because I knew it was the right thing to do, to apologize. I read this report, and how many times did Mr. Todd offer to stop the program, or stop the suit, if an apology was made, and there was no apologies made?
Thank you for that. Councillor Dabrowski? Nothing else? Okay. Councillor Strange?
Yeah, I just want to add, Mr. Mayor, this has nothing to do with one particular councillor. If someone did that, it didn't matter who it would be, if they were a male or a female, it would be the same answer. If Wayne Campbell broke it 7 to 8 times, or Vince Kerrio broke it 7 to 8 times, it would be the same punishment. I just want to, because we see all these articles and stuff in different places calling us the boys club and how we're against women and stuff, which is totally, totally untrue. You have one female councillor who has 7 or 8 integrity commissioners, and you have one female councillor that doesn't. So you can't paint us with this brush that we're a male boys club going against the females, because that is totally, totally untrue. And we had a female councillor the last term, and she was great and got along with everybody. So it's not a gender thing, believe me. And I'll speak for a lot of the male counterparts here, believe me. There's good councillor in every single person here. But unfortunately, one councillor is keep breaking the rules in the code of conduct.
Councillor Kerrio?
Just one more thing, Councillor Campbell was saying, at any particular time during any of these investigations, I guess it just came to my mind, and Councillor Lococo brought this up earlier, well, they could have been stopped. They could have been stopped by an apology or a call or whatever. They could have been stopped at any time. Any of these could have been. But in this particular one, I guess if you never call the guy back, or if you don't cooperate with the integrity commissioners, I guess you can never stop the process. But they all could have been stopped. An apology or a retraction could have stopped any of these. So I don't know why we would ever look at some other form of resolution. If people aren't going to cooperate with this, they're not going to cooperate with anything anyways. So. Absolutely.
Okay, then I think it's time that we call the vote. All those in favor? Opposed? Okay, with 2 opposed. Okay, thank you.
Isn't that a conflict?
I don't know, I guess you'd have to declare your own conflict. Okay, moving on to 7.7. Back to the order of business, what we're here for. Yes, Councillor Pietrangelo.
Yeah, Your Worship, if we're on 7.7, I don't know if you want to introduce it, and then I can speak to it, or if you want me to introduce it.
Go ahead. Go ahead.
Okay. It's the Whirlpool Road multi-use pathway, pedestrian bridge, and road widening. And what this is, Your Worship, is it's a bridge that's going to go from the Millennium Trail over top of the Hydro Canal. And I know I've spoken about this a number of times at council, saying how important it is that we actually get that connection from the Millennium Trail to the Niagara Parks Commission Trail. And I guess I just really want to thank staff for choosing the design that they did. The design that they did puts safety first, in my opinion. Anyone that's ever been on Whirlpool Road knows that the speed there is very fast. It's a tight corner, and when you try to cross the bridge, the sidewalk is not on the proper side when you come off the path of the Millennium Trail. So kudos to staff for choosing safety first. Your Worship, this is really going to be a quality of life upgrade, to be honest with you. I don't know if anyone has been on the new section of the Millennium Trail, but there's now 4 sections complete. The original vision by a number of people who were on the Trails Committee back in the day was that the Millennium Trail was going to connect from one side of the Niagara Parkway to the other side. And this is going to be the first connection. So eventually, Your Worship, I guess our hope is that the trail will go right on through. And it's going to be a benefit to both people who visit our city and to those that live here. I think when the first statistics were done in regards to the Millennium Trail, there was 80% of Niagara Falls who lived within a 2-kilometer radius of the Millennium Trail. So the thought process was that if you could get yourself to the trail, you could really go anywhere. So for those people that live inside the city, it's a really great, like I said, quality of life tool that we get to start using. And for anyone who's visiting our city, if they don't want to go through the busy traffic corridor and they kind of want to see what Niagara Falls is all about, they can get off the parkway and they can come through Niagara Falls. The other thing that I wanted to mention, Your Worship, is that I know staff is going to be coming back with a report where council is going to have the option of choosing a consultant to move forward with the N.C.D.S.B line. Now, the Millennium Trail goes north to south in our city, the NS&T line goes east to west. So once we're able to, I guess, connect more trails, then it would be more helpful. The only question that I had, Your Worship, was in regards to parking. So the new trail that was created, there's really no parking at Royal Manor or at Dorchester. And I'm wondering if there's any way that we can talk to OPG to see whether or not they can allow us to improve some of the lands that they have there, so that, you know, so that people don't have to drive to one of our parking lots, because right now we have a parking lot at McLeod, and then I think if you're on the trail, the next parking lot is at Paisley Janbury, is at the start of Paisley Janbury, and then the next one would be at Thurlstone. So it'd be great to get some more parking lots along the way. Royal Manor would be nice, Dorchester would be nice, and even Whirlpool, there's an opportunity to have a little bit of a parking area there. So I don't know if we could have some discussions with OPG and see whether or not they could let us just improve a little bit of their land so that we have that amenity there for whoever uses the trail. But I'd like to add that to the motion as well as approve the motion that's at hand, Your Worship.
Okay. So first of all, thank you for the infomercial on the trails. That was great. I couldn't have said it any better. And I feel exactly the same way as you do. Get kids off the roads and use the trails, and you can get anywhere you need to be without actually having to go on the roads. So there's a motion by Councillor Pietrangelo. I know I've got second by Councillor Strange that the 4 recommendations plus the 5th recommendation that we meet with OPG to discuss better parking options along the trail.
Exactly.
Okay, got that? Did you want to speak to anything, Councillor?
Yeah, I would. I just think, you know, the Park and the City Committee has been working hard to get the whole trail fixed, and this is kind of one of the last pieces. And I think it's going to be amazing, especially for bike tours, whether you're going to Niagara Falls or going to Niagara Lake, and you don't want to kind of come in that busy traffic. Now you can go over the bridge and go inner city Niagara Falls now and get off on Dorchester or get off on Lundy's Lane or get off on McLeod. So I think it's gonna like a tourism kind of bike tour. If you don't want to do wineries, but you want to go and do some shopping or go with the family through Niagara Falls, it's a good, safe way of doing that.
Yeah, it's just amazing. Councillor Lococo and then Campbell.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I had an opportunity to talk with Mr. Nickel. I think it's a great project, especially the safety part of it. The thing that I was really concerned about was the cost, the $2.2 million. So I was talking to Mr. Nickel regarding, it goes to our next one as well, the ISIP funding with the Millennium Trail for 1.5 in there. So I asked him, could we possibly use the ISIP funding for this? And the answer was that we're really not sure when the ISIP funding is going to go, what they're going to approve. So if we wait, if we don't approve it on this one and wait for the other one, we might end up with nothing. I'm just concerned about the big price tag with COVID and no OLG money. I know a lot of people have spent a lot of time on the Millennium Trail and putting it together, and it's definitely something that's nice for our city. I'm just leery about the money at this point.
I'd agree with you. It's definitely, it is. And one nice thing, it's one of the few things that we can actually do that's safe right now for during COVID. You know, you can walk along a trail, and that's what they've been encouraging from the province all along is moving, not congregating in parks, but moving, and they're linear parks. And I'd say, just like we just had an announcement for the Winter Festival of Lights, same thing. It's a COVID-friendly event. You can be in your bubble of your car or walking along, checking out the lights, and thare selling them as the event as COVID-friendly things. And you're right, it's not inexpensive, but I think it's something for the locals who are going to benefit the most for it. And it's something that it'll be nice, because what I like, it links neighborhoods and it links parks. So you can go park to park, neighborhood to neighborhood, see nature, wild turkeys again, which have returned, wild songbirds. Like, it's pretty, I love it. It's amazing when you get in that trail, you don't even know you're in the city. So many trees and bush, like you don't even know where you are. It's hard to believe it's there. But it's a good point. It's a well taken. Councillor Campbell.
Thank you, Your Worship. I think it's money well spent. I sit on the Regional Trails and Bikeways, and unfortunately, we only met once before the COVID, and I was quite impressed with the effort the region is putting into building, improving trails and bikeways to the point where when everything is said and done and we're hooked up at either end with the Niagara Parkway, you can ride all the way to the other side of Lake Ontario.
Yeah.
I mean, it's fantastic. It's a tourist attraction and a different type of tourist, one that we need to develop that difference in the people that are coming to Niagara Falls. And I do believe the next one is when we're hooking up to Chippewa.
Yeah.
Are we not?
Yep.
That's what I thought I read. So it's not that far away.
No, we're close to finish. And then we've got the Parks Trail, the Greater Niagara Circle Track, and we've got the Millennium Trail. Everything's all going to link like spider webs. Really, really neat. Okay, so we've got the motion. We'll call the vote. All those in favor? Okay, and that's unanimous. Thank you. 7.8, the ISIP COVID-19 Resilience Stream Project applications. So we've got a recommendation that council direct staff to apply for the funds for the project for the Millennium Trail Section 2. And that's the one you just spoke of, Councillor, from McLeod Road to Chippewa, and the HVAC replacement system at the Municipal Centre. Motion by Councillor Thompson, second by Councillor Strange. All those in favor? Okay, and that's approved. Terrific. Item 7.9, PBD 2020-61. Exemption, so what do we've got here? An exemption request for a 2-year waiting period for a minor variance. So the recommendation, moved by Councillor Pietrangelo, seconded by Councillor Dabrowski, that we allow the period. All those in favor? Okay, and that's approved. Thank you. Item 7.10, extension of the intern control bylaw. Councillor Pietrangelo?
Yeah, Your Worship, I mean, I can't see how we cannot extend this. We haven't gotten to the point where we've went out to the public yet.
Right.
So my only question is in regards to what we can extend it to. I know right now we're saying September 25th, 2021, we would have to pass a bylaw by. We also received an email from someone, and I'm not sure whether or not he is correct. That's why I wanted to defer over to Mr. Herlovich, if possible, or perhaps another staff member, to see that emphatically it's going to be September 25th, 2021 that we have to pass our bylaw by.
Mr. Herlovich, are you able to comment on that?
Yes, thank you, Mr. Mayor. The Planning Act allows for an interim control bylaw to be passed for 1 year. And if the study is not completed, the council can pass a bylaw to extend that study by 1 more year. And then that's the end of it. That doesn't mean the study can't continue. What it means is that the restriction that cannabis facilities and so on would be prohibited from establishing, they would still have to go through the planning process, because our process in Niagara Falls is that if someone wants to have a cannabis processing, cultivation, distribution facility, that they have to have a zoning amendment application. So at this point, we've suspended those applications during this study period in the rural and agricultural areas, but we can only have one year extension, and this is it.
So then, yeah, just to follow up with that, Your Worship, I would like to make the motion that we extend, I guess, the period that we study this, or the ICBL, until September 25th, 2021. And I would also like to mention, Your Worship, I'm not sure if Council is following what is happening in other municipalities, but there are other municipalities now that are allowing these cannabis production and grow facilities only in industrial and economic development zones, which are industrial. So I just want to put that bug in Council's ear, because I know that's initially what the rural community was asking for. They were asking for it to be taken out of the agricultural zone. I entirely agree with it, to be honest with you, and I guess now's not the time, but in the future I will go over all of the pros that I see by pulling it into the industrial zone only. So, but Your Worship, I also wanted to ask, do we still have Mark Strasser on with us? Because it says here that there's
he is.
someone who's going to speak. Okay.
Yep.
Well, I'll still let my motion stand, and then maybe Mr. Strasser can speak.
We'll get to him. I just got Councillor Lococo and then Thompson. I got you.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor.
You're next.
Through the mayor to Mr. Herlovich, I guess my question is, once it expired in June, we're in September, where does it stand right now in this moment? What can happen? What can't happen?
Mr. Herlovich?
It didn't expire in June because the planning, or the province has suspended all Planning Act timeframes during the period from mid-March to near the end of June. And so that was a 16-week period. So all of those timeframes, so where the bylaw would have expired on the 25th, I think it was, of June, it was extended until the 25th of September. And so that's what we're passing the bylaw to be a year from September 25th.
Okay, thank you. That answers that question. I guess where I'm thinking about this is that the report was drawn up in January, the draft report. It was to be presented in March, and then COVID happened. I would like to get moving on this either way, whether we zone it for cannabis or don't zone it. I think people need to figure out what they're doing with their lives. There's residents that would maybe like to sell but not like to sell. There's entrepreneurs that might like to do something. I just think extending it 1 year is just dragging it out. I really think that we need to just move forward and get the report done, pick a date in the very near future and move forward. The other thing I wanted to mention was, I think there was a mention in there that we couldn't do a public meeting because we're not meeting because of COVID. But I know Thundering Waters is coming up and there's a public meeting by Zoom. So I'm not sure what the idea is that we can't meet on this one as well. So those would be my comments.
Yeah, that's a good point. Mr. Herlovich, is there any reason why we can't do a public meeting in this regard?
I could speak to our IT department and to the consultants. The consultants were working with our communications office, and they were supposed to be setting up a questionnaire. I haven't seen that. Perhaps I've been too patient on that one. But if council would prefer that we do a Zoom meeting, I will arrange that with our IT department, and hopefully we don't get any fallout, that's all.
Okay, so he can look into that and get back to us on what works out. Yep, Councillor?
Through the mayor, then how does that affect, like if we pass this, that we're extending the bylaw, looking into a Zoom meeting later on, are we saying that pass the bylaw and we are looking into a Zoom meeting and then we're proceeding before then, or are we definitely waiting 1 year?
Well, I think this doesn't say the term. It just says council pass a bylaw to extend the effective period to allow the review and study of cannabis cultivation, production, and processing. So
yeah, I think there are a couple of things getting mixed up. Sorry to interrupt.
Yeah, go ahead.
The public meeting, you have to think there wasn't a mandatory public meeting under the Planning Act. It was to be a consultation meeting, let's call it, or a public information center, as they're termed in some ways. So it was just an opportunity for the consultant to canvass what the public thought. They were going to then incorporate those comments into the report. All of the council has a copy of that report. I emailed it to them, and so I know you all have it. So there are options in that study. So some of the options might be a distance separation of 70 meters from a sensitive land use. A sensitive land use might be a residential building. It might be a day nursery. It might be a church. So the consultants wanted input from the public on that so that they could formulate a more definitive recommendation for council. That was the only purpose of that public meeting. It was part of the process that was set up when the study was first let. That's the only purpose. So, you know, we could skip that whole process and have the consultant report to council, say, here's what we recommend, and then conduct a public meeting under the Planning Act to follow through on those recommendations, but we're trying to give you some idea of what the public might like. It's not a statutory meeting.
Thank you, Mr. Hurlovich. Through the mayor, so per Councillor Pietrangelo's motion, it would be extended for 1 year. So is maximum? Okay, so that's my question. That report that Mr. Hurlovich sent out, it's not even in the public at this point. So it's a draft report. So I guess my question is, when is it moving to the public? I just don't want to extend it for 1 whole year and then we're waiting to the very last September 2021 and then we start doing something. I think
at the risk of repeating myself, the consultant was going to bring it to the public through a online survey with our communication department. I'm sensing from you and your fellow alderman, Councillor Lococo, that you would prefer a Zoom meeting. I'm going to investigate the Zoom meeting with our IT department. I will then let council know that either through an email to say what I've confirmed, or if you wish, a formal report back to council. And then we will move that forward to a Zoom meeting, which is, I think, what you like. So I'm going to try and accommodate your request so that it happens sooner than later.
I think Mr. Hurlovich would, I guess let me ask you this question. I'm not to put words in your mouth. By moving this recommendation, that doesn't mean we have to wait for the year. It means it's just going to make sure we've got some buffer time. Will you put this together? Is that right?
What it means is if council doesn't pass the bylaw tonight, someone with some farmland out in Willoughby or Crowland could come in with a zoning application and apply for a zone change to grow cannabis there. And council will have no guidelines by which to assess whether or not that's a good way to proceed or not, or whether, whether those should actually be grow operations in industrial areas, as Councillor Pietrangelo suggested. We wouldn't know that, because if we don't pass a bylaw tonight, we can't pass a bylaw on October the 6th. We will have missed the deadline. The bylaw, the study period would have expired, and you can't do another study period for, I think it's 2 years.
Mr. Mayor, then my question is, can we pass the bylaw for 6 months? Does it have to be a year?
It could be 1 day.
Okay. I would suggest that we look at something different than a year. I really think that people are just sitting on their hands, not knowing what to do either way, and let's just get it done over with, get all the information, whether you support or you don't. I would like, there's a motion on the floor, so I can't put another one, but I would like to see a lesser period.
Okay, so I guess, I just want to ask one question if I could. Just Mr. Hurlovich, so if we pass it for a year or 6 months, does it change what's going to happen on your end? You're going to go get us into the process once you do a little bit of homework, or is that right? Does it matter?
Well, I was just recommending the 1 year period because that's the maximum. The study might be finished at Christmas. I don't know that, but I was giving the maximum opportunity to review that. We could set it at 6 months. If the consultant doesn't finish his work in 6 months, then we're back into the situation that anybody can apply for a zone change, and we still don't know what the standards are.
Councillor Campbell? Oh, I'm sorry, I've got Councillor Thompson and then Campbell. I apologize. I apologize.
He was quick on that.
I know, wow. Good thing he didn't have a shoe.
Anyway, am I the only one that has been approached about this project out on Mountain Road, on the escarpment? I've been called for 6 months telling me about this multi-million-dollar project that's out there. It's away from the residential areas, and they are saying what it's going to do for tourism and for the development. They're going to obviously grow some cannabis, but they're putting up a huge development there. And I was called last week, and what are you people doing? You're going to pass this, and you haven't even heard what where our proposal is. And did you hear about this, Mr. Hurlovich?
Alex, you heard about this?
Mr. Mayor, I don't know of that project.
Never heard about it? Never been approached?
I don't recall it. It may have been wrapped up in something different than what you're describing, but no, I don't recall that. We don't have an application. We don't have a preliminary application, so I'm not familiar with it.
So we can't even put this off till our next meeting and have this person come in? Have they not talked to you
There's
about
been
it?
some emails that I forwarded. Yeah.
Pardon me?
There's been some emails that I've forwarded to staff, but the problem, the risk is, like Alex says, if we don't put this forward, then anything can happen anywhere in the city. So I don't know. I think we're coming into winter time. I don't know that much is going to happen. Maybe do we do 6 months? No. Okay.
Excuse me, Mr. Mayor.
I'm sorry, Councillor. I've got a series of people waiting to speak. I will add you to the list.
Anyway, I had to bring that up. I don't know what's happening, but they made it me feel like we were really missing out on a major project out there.
Okay, I've got Councillor Campbell, Dabrowski, Kerrio, and Iannoni.
Thank you, Your Worship, through yourself to Mr. Hurlovich. Mr. Hurlovich, if the report comes in before Christmas, can we not change the bylaw to 6 months?
You don't need to change the bylaw, just adopt the report. And
Then so what's the difference? What you're asking us for is a year because you're thinking it might take that much time. But we can't.
I just want the maximum amount of time, but I'm hoping that it would take much less time.
We can't do anything, even if this group, and they've called me too, even if that group had an application, we don't have the consultant's report. So.
Yes, Council, just to clarify a little bit, let's say this developer, where Councillor Thompson mentioned, brought in an application today. We would be obliged to process that. The likely staff recommendation would be that we'd recommend that it's premature until such a time as the study was completed. Council doesn't need to follow that, but it would just be a staff recommendation. Council could approve it if it was, the be-all and end-all to tourism, because they believed that was a good economic stimulus. So what we say is we are basically prohibiting that, but people can apply. We would just recommend against it.
Okay. Councillor Dabrowski?
Actually, Councillor Campbell took the words out of my mouth, so I'm good.
Okay. Councillor Kerrio?
No, I'm just prepared to vote on the 1 year.
Okay. Councillor Iannoni?
Thank you. I was contacted by the developer that Councillor Thompson's talking about today, and I just wanted to highlight that on August 26th, Alex, I sent you an email asking you if the consultant report had been received for the N.C.D.S.B initiative, and that's what Councillor Thompson is talking about.
Oh, all right. Well, I did see that letter from N.C.D.S.B, and I basically...
And you said to me you're working with the consultant with the consultation with the public. I think it's appropriate that it be available to all at the same time. The consultant did not make any recommendations in the report, only the reviews with what other municipalities have done and outlined options. The intent was to go to the public and then report on their findings with the public preference. Now, if the gentleman called me today and knew that this was coming on tonight, and I said to him, well, if you want to speak to this, call and ask to get on the agenda. And he has messaged me and said that that he contacted the clerk. I'm just asking for clarification, and that he believed that he was going to speak tonight after Mr. Strasser. Is that correct?
That would be something for the city clerk. I'm not familiar with that.
Yeah, perhaps I could speak to the matter through the mayor. On the agenda, Councillor Pietrangelo mentioned this a few minutes ago. We have Mark Strasser, waiting to speak. Then also we have Frank Silvati. He is the Director of Niagara Integrated Commercial Enterprises, or NICE.
And that is the application.
He reached out to me today and asked to speak, and he is also on hold. So I would suggest that when the questions are over, before the vote is called, that they could be given an opportunity to speak.
Okay, so that is the application Councillor Thompson was talking about.
Okay.
So he's actually going to be able to speak tonight.
Okay, so then Mark Strasser. Mark, are you on the line?
Can you hear me?
Yep, I can hear you, Mark. Is that you?
Yes, it is. Thank you very much.
Okay, yep. So welcome to the council meeting. So you've got 5 minutes. If you can make your point, that'd be great.
Okay, thank you, Mr. Mayor and the councilors, for allowing me some time. I understand the need for the extension, and obviously we would support it because it's more important for us to have a quality report than some rushed product. I don't know why you would go for any time less than a year, because again, it gives you a buffer in the event that the report isn't done in time. Just because another company is coming in with flashing a lot of money doesn't mean that you change the process. The process should stay the same, and we should be able to be privy to the report and be able to speak to it at some point in time before decisions are made. Our concerns remain the same. These places have huge odor, there's huge noise. The water usage is amazingly up to 103,000 liters a day. The environmental concerns, in our case, is Key Creek, wildlife and livestock. The concerns are mounting and mounting. I know people, the residents in this area, they're in touch with me all the time, and they're very concerned and they're getting to be very anxious with respect to what this outcome will be. So I guess what I'm asking for is that we go with the process that was outlined initially and make sure that we get a quality report. From where I sit, I don't know how the report will be derived, what level. I heard someone say, I think 70 meters or something like that. That's a joke. For the study, I don't know where the information originates for the report. I don't know how they'll conclude their findings. I don't know if they're planning any interaction with the community at all before they publish their findings. I know that we definitely would like to have some input before decisions are made. So we're happy, very happy with the way the city has handled this far. And believe me, you don't want to become another Pelham, where these companies are wagging the dog rather than the tail. It's a terrible situation. So I just hope that we can stick to the plan and see it through. That's all I have. Thank you.
Thanks very much, Mark, and appreciate your patience waiting to speak tonight.
It was a long one.
I know this is pretty exciting. Next up, Frank Silvati. Frank, are you there?
I am.
Okay, and Frank's a director of NICE, stands for Niagara Integrated Commercial Enterprises, and you've got council's attention, so you got 5 minutes to address us, if you would.
All right, I'll quickly read the letters that I've corresponded with. Some I've gotten responses to, some I haven't. But more importantly, I've heard some things a little bit earlier that I'd like to provide some edification on, as some of it is just simply inaccurate or incomplete. And I'll start with my letter of September 14th, and I'll read quickly. I hope Honorable Council can listen quickly. NICE provided and proffered a communique, 100-page communique in early June of 2020. And tonight we're listening to the proposal to and recommendation to extend the interim control bylaw. I'll refer to the report momentarily, in that I don't believe that October 6th is a deadline, as I believe the abeyance period started, the clock started on it yesterday. On August 20th, 2020, the province issued a bulletin that extended the emergency measures for its last time and did not renew it as of yesterday. Therefore, the abeyance period starts today, and it goes for the period of time from March 16th, abridged to when the emergency measure was lifted with respect to the Planning Act, and that was yesterday. So we have ample time toward the end of the year, and you have 4 council meetings, the latter of the 4 being on December 8th, within which to deal with this. I've been chirping since early May about a Zoom public consultation. I've gotten no resonance. I'm going to read a few paragraphs from each of these letters so I can clarify some of the points I've heard here that I'd like to, again, edify or provide some clarification of. Well, firstly, with respect to the consultation, it was staff's indication that they felt an in-person consultation was the preferred route. With COVID the way it is, and the leading, well, Canada's leading Dr. Can and Drs. Fauci and the WHO and CDC, all of their guidance is we do not anticipate any normal, but a new normal whereby mass gatherings will not take place through early next year, which is to say, I doubt very much you're going to get an in-person, 100-person plus public consultation. I've been working in the public markets for at least a decade. I've had over 1,000 shareholders all chime in these virtual types of communications, and we've had well in excess of 100. I personally would like to be in person, but under the conditions and the inherent liability with respect to mass gatherings, I would believe it's ill-advised, although I think it would otherwise suit me. I have to go with what the leading scientists are saying. And then I move on. The big banks here in the city aren't reopening until early March of next year, and even then only in rotation. So again, I think it's fanciful that if one thinks that an in-person public consultation of well in excess of 100 people could take place. So I feel that a virtual medium is perhaps the only way, and needless to say, the WHO and CDC have been communicating as such since we've had our global shutdown, and they are well in excess of 100 people. So while staff might want to check with technical staff, I can assure you the means and methods are there. Now I'd like to go specifically into the issue of my bylaw, or as I see it. As noted in our communique, NICES, presented to Council, the target property falls under the auspices of the NEC, the Niagara Escarpment Commission. The NEC has advised that they consider hemp cannabis as agriculture, thus treated accordingly. There's a federal statute governing agricultural products. The site already has a development permit for agritourism initiative, so it has already cleared that very high hurdle, not to mention the Health Canada and its very stringent licensing process and procedures. Further, NICE's initiative is agritourism, which falls under the Niagara Falls Site Plan, which is to say site-specific. You already have that. I'm a little confused, according to a newspaper article, you already have that. I'm confused as to why an interim bylaw was even enacted, but I don't have full information yet, as that point just came to me today, and I'm looking for further clarification, which I'll get. So it leads me to ask, what prevents council from dealing with the target property on a site-specific basis now, in the interim bylaw independent thereto? And I'm looking for council to have any suggestions and solutions. In two prior correspondences, I beseeched council to take legal counsel with respect to the municipal law and how it would apply here. I move on to my next document that I emailed late today once I got legal clarification, and I write, Dear Council, a matter has been brought to my attention from reading the newly issued report addressing the item above, namely paragraph 1 on page 2, and that's the paragraph I believe is inaccurate. Firstly, I'll forget about it, I'm skipping to the next paragraph. I'm advised by council that the information therein may be dated or incorrect, and that is my counsel. I urge you to seek legal counsel to ensure you're working with timely information. And from the province, on August 20, 2020, the provincial government issued a bulletin extending the POA, Provincial Opening of Ontario Act, to September 14, 2020. That was yesterday. That has not been further extended, hence the clock on the time in abeyance runs from it, not June 25th, as I understand it, and not how the report to council reads. My suggestion, as I step out and back into my letter here, is that it be adjourned for tonight, and perhaps you can have an emergency session prior to October 6th if I prove to be wrong, but I don't think I am. And I think you would want legal counsel before going down that path. And the reason I say that, once you use an emergency measure and you extend it for an additional year, you cannot use that emergency measure for, and I'm quoting now, for any reason whatsoever for 3 more years. Coming out of COVID, setting the cannabis issue aside, I would think you'd want to hold that option available to you. To use a card-playing analogy, why would you play a joker when the ace of spades in your hand will suffice? So I would not use that joker personally. That's from a macro perspective. But obviously, That's entirely council's prerogative, but I'd be mindful of that personally. So that said, and should I be correct, and further to my correspondence of yesterday's date, it would indicate that council has 3.5 months from yesterday to deal with the bylaw issue and not September 25th, 2020 as indicated. To reiterate, it would be enough time to have a virtual public consultation and complete the report to council for deliberation and adjudication. And what I heard earlier, you can go with or without public consultation. You could do it either way, but you can still complete it within the time available to you, should I be correct, and I believe I am. I'd like to also point out that I've been communicating with staff from early May on a formal basis. So to hear earlier that my initiative they weren't aware of my initiative, perhaps they don't have an application if we want to parse words. They most certainly were aware of my initiative and are, and obviously I've spoken with many of you directly or indirectly. I doubt that I'm an unknown with respect to this prickly issue, and the real issue is the concentration of where it is and where I am in a remote area, and that's intentional, and I'm being held back because of parochial interests, which I personally present, and I think anyone that is conflicted should step forward and state their conflict and recuse themselves from the issue. Now I'll go into the more specific issue of, I have over 100 Niagara-centric shareholders to whom I've a responsibility to report, as they've invested millions of dollars and they have their rights. I haven't been able to give them any clarity for 6 months. They are rightly getting impatient. Now to go further, my project is budgeted at over 25 million with 75 jobs. That's not hyperbole, these are facts. And a number of those jobs are highly skilled engineering jobs. That has to do with your constituents. I can hire them from anywhere. My preference is locally for obvious reasons. That said, and I'm going to jump to the final paragraph, and I'm going to jump over to address some of the points I heard, as I think they're more important, being mindful of my time here. I understand Mr. Strasser was invited to speak to the issue by a councillor, and while I offered to present to council, I was not taken up on my offer. That's an open question. I don't know why. I wanted to make that statement. From this, I deduce Mr. Strasser is an alter ego representing himself, but ostensibly others. I leave it to council to consider that issue. My position remains resolute, my offer stand, and I respectfully await council's next assessment. Thank you for considering my comments, and it's my suggestion that council consider adjourning it till on or before October 6th to consider if what I'm saying at law is in fact accurate, which does come from council, and if it is, you have until the end of the year, meaning December 8th or an emergency session thereafter, but within the 3.5 month period where I believe everything can be done. Now I'd like to reflect on Councillor Dabrowski's words and echo the sentiments and see action put to his sincere words. Councillor Pietrangelo, I'm going to mid-quote, ... quote, for the city or myself, as he contemplated, close quote. Attributed to Councillor Kerrio, but not from his viva voce representation. As councillors, we need to follow rules, and from my perspective, law would be an important consideration there. Mr. Strasser has concerns. Some of these concerns I've heard before, but the foundation of them are not steeped in law. It's interesting, and I would note that a chicken farmer from across the street that has all kinds of things like odor, salmonella, 24/7, 365, didn't seem to be a problem, and yet a crop, an outdoor crop that
Okay,
flowered-
Mr. Salvati, what we're going to do now, what I'm going to do is I'm going to ask our solicitor and our planner to weigh in, because you've gone pretty far over the 5-minute limit. And
I'm almost done. If I may have another minute, I should be done.
Okay, if you can wrap it up in 1 minute, please.
Yes, I can. Thank you. And I'm sorry for going over, but I heard a number of things today I thought I should respond to. I should also point out I'm not a user. I'm just a believer in science and law. Property values do not go down. You only need to research Niagara on the Lake, and you'll see anywhere where there's an establishment, property values have gone up. Phobia and taboo, like the gaming initiatives that I was involved in, tend to be the issues, not factual-based initiatives. I read in the paper from April of 2019, is it going to be safe around here? Well, casinos and cannabis operations are very safe because of the cameras and because of the crops they're protecting. And it says, seems to be more crime. There's no factual evidence there. And to close, Health Canada's licensing is a very strict process. So aside from the municipality and the Niagara Escarpment Commission, their process is quite rigorous. Over half of the applicants that were directors or officers of companies that now have to get permission to act for cannabis companies, over half have been refused. I finish my points and I leave them to you, and I thank Honourable Council very much for addressing my concerns.
All right, thank you very much. So maybe I could start off, Mr. Hurlovich and Mr. Lustig, whoever could help us out with his suggestion around the timeline of December the 8th. Can you give us some indication on your interpretation? Yeah, either one of you.
Okay, go ahead, Alex.
Yeah, I believe that there was legislation that terminated the suspension of the Planning Act timeframes in June. I would have to locate that communication province. I don't have it at my fingertips. I don't know whether Mr. Lustig would have such a item or not.
Yeah, I agree with what Mr. Hurlovich said. I think that the date in June was the date because that was at about the time that the Planning Act provisions were, some of them were put into suspense. And so you were to, in essence, have a standstill period until you moved out of that, that time frame, that freeze. And from reading the first paragraph in the report, I take it, and I'm kind of putting this to my colleague, I take it that you've taken the date that the expiry of the interim control was to take place, and you've added the 14 weeks during the sort of suspense, and that's sort of, you're calculating your year from there. Is that right? Your next year from there.
That's correct.
Yeah. So that sounds, I don't have the provision with me, but it sounds reasonable, and it's the safest way to go, because if I'm listening to what's been said by the last speaker, other than us, if we have more time, shall we say, on the clock, if that's what he's saying, because we don't, we would in essence have more time to play our hand, to use that term. So we could extend it even further, I suppose, if we weren't yet at the expiry date. So I think it's a safer approach to act on the basis of what this report says. And remember that this is all for your own protection. You determined that you didn't want to allow applications to proceed before you did a study to determine what the proper regulations were. And so that's why you put an interim control bylaw into place. And so the interim control bylaw gives you the space and the time without any sort of a tax, because it's a properly authorized piece of legislation, to do the study. And unfortunately, sometimes studies take longer, and you're allowed just one more year to complete the study. And so you need more time. You obviously need more time. And at the present time, the way things look, you need a year from September the 25th. Is that what you're saying, Alex, essentially? 1 year from September the 25th, 2020?
Yes, that's right.
Okay, so give yourself that time. And if within that period of time, the study comes back and you're able to make the proper planning decisions, you'll be able to make those proper planning decisions. But to take the risk of not extending it when there's some chance that you're going to run out of time, I think would be unwise. So that would be my advice, to go ahead as per the report.
Okay, thank you. Thank you for that. Do we have any other, and I'm sorry if we had some other speakers, if I lost track here. Do we have any other speakers for council? So the motion, can you repeat the motion? Because I don't remember what it was.
Yeah, it's to extend the ICBL for a period of 1 year until September 25th, 2021.
Okay.
Your Worship, we've
right.
heard multiple times that, I mean, if the consultants, go out to the public meetings, come back to council with a recommendation, then this is done a lot faster than that. But that is our drop, that is our drop deadline. That's all it is. It doesn't mean that we have to take until then to make our decision.
Yep.
It just means that we have to do it before then. That's our drop dead date.
Okay, are there any other questions of council to that motion? Okay.
Do we have any options to what the speaker said? We had some time. What's the matter with having all the facts before we make a decision?
What's that, Councillor Kerrio?
That's what we're asking. That's what we're asking
Okay.
for, is all the facts before we make a decision.
Okay.
In order to get there, we have to extend the current bylaw that we have.
Okay. All right, I think we've heard enough and said enough, so why don't we call the vote, and then we'll go forward from there. So, the motion, Councillor Pietrangelo, seconded by who?
Councillor Kerrio.
Councillor Kerrio. Okay, that we extend for a year till September 2021. All those in favor? Okay, opposed? Okay, 3 opposed. Okay, so that passes. Okay, we're good? Huh? Well, sometimes it's a messy process to get there.
Smoky.
Okay, 711 Wellness Street, Nick Vaccaro.
I would move the recommendation.
Second that.
Okay, so motion by Councillor Pietrangelo, second by Councillor Campbell, that we approve the certificate of exemption and that it include the final condominium plan submitted to the city. All those in favor? Okay, and that's approved. Thank you. Canada Summer Games Venue User Agreement. Okay, moved by Councillor Strange, seconded by Councillor Thompson. If there's no discussion, all those in favor? Okay, and that's approved. Thank you. Consent agenda.
Move the consent agenda.
Motion by Councillor Pietrangelo. Councillor Lococo, are you pulling something?
Yes.
Okay, which one did you want to pull?
I wanted to pull PBD 2020-57, the tower, and RNC 2020-13, Wall of Fame.
Okay, Wall of Fame. Okay, so I got a motion by Councillor Pietrangelo, second by Councillor Dabrowski, that we move the remainder of the consent agenda. All those in favor? Okay, and that's approved. And now Councillor Lococo, PBD 2020-57, the proposed radio communication tower.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I just wanted to give you some information that I've been looking at. I'd like to thank staff for providing me lots of data and explanation about what I'm looking at. There were lots of different reports. So to give you an idea, when a tower is going to be built in our community, there's a process that the residents in a certain area need to be notified, and then it comes to council for commenting. So that's a pretty easy thing. I was given a map about the towers that are in the city of Niagara Falls, and there's approximately 60. I tried to count all of the dots. The information that I got is 25 of those, since 2010, I want to be clear, since 2010, 25 reports have come to council out of those 60. So I'm not sure what was before, but let's just work with those. 19 of them were no objections, and 6 of them we didn't support. So then I asked, well, what does that mean when we don't support it? And usually it means that you go back to the developer who wants to build the tower, give them the concerns and that sort of thing, get them to work it out. If they can't work it out, they move on to another site. So that just gives you an idea, 60 towers in our community. So then I got another, and those are all approval, like this one is going to be. Then I got another document, which was 79 pages with the list of antennas in our community. Now, antennas don't need to be approved. Obviously, some of them are cell towers, Rogers, Fido, Bell, all of those different type of communications. But eventually, they're going to be moving towards 5G. So I want to give you this idea was the antennas do not need approval. And out of those 79 pages, there's approximately 2,500 antennas in our community. So whether you agree with 5G or if there's health concerns or not, I'm pointing to the process that we don't have any notification or commenting on the antennas, just the physical towers, the physical structure of the tower, and then the antennas are put on the tower. So I just wanted to comment on that so people knew what the difference is, and I'll be commenting later on when we talk about 5G. But I thought it was important that you know what the difference between the tower is and what the antenna is and what we're looking at in the future.
Okay. Did you want to move the recommendation?
Yes.
Okay. So PBD 2020-57, recommendation that the telecommunications tower with fenced-in compound on Thorold Stone Road and trees and everything else obtained to the city's municipal works department satisfaction. Motion by Councillor Lococo, seconded by Councillor Dabrowski. All those in favor? Okay, and that's approved. Thank you. And then you wanted to do RNC 2020-13, Arts and Culture Wall of Fame.
Yes, I just wanted to bring this to make everybody aware. There are 4 recipients this year for the Cultural Wall of Fame: Steve Burnside, John Law, Carly Morris, and Leona Sky. Usually without COVID, we might have a bigger deal, but I didn't want the consent agenda to go by without their names being mentioned.
Did you want to make the motion as well?
Yes, I do. Thank you.
Okay, motion by Councillor Lococo, second by Councillor Campbell, that we receive the Arts and Culture Wall of Fame inductees. All those in favor? Okay, and that's approved. Thank you. Okay, we move on to the, did I miss something here? I jumped ahead by mistake, Mr. Clerk. There we go. Okay, 9.1. So request from Greg Fruin for a letter of support for his latest illusion. Moved by Councillor Thompson, seconded by Councillor Pietrangelo. All those in favor? Okay. That's approved. 9.2, Brock University updates for fall and community engagement strategic plan. Recommended that we receive. Moved by Councillor Kerrio, second by Councillor Dabrowski. All those in favor? Okay, that's approved. Thank you. 9.3, 5G health concerns. Letter from Navdeep Bains. Councillor Lococo.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. There's just one paragraph, one line in there. N.C.D.S.B will assess the antenna siting procedures and consult, if required, on any proposed changes to ensure regulatory regime remains effective in the context of the deployment of 5G. I was wondering if there's a way that we can follow up on it. They say they're going to look into it and review it, but I would like to follow up. Any suggestions on what to do on that?
We could just every meeting we could ask, have we heard back? Have we heard back? I'm not really sure. Mr. Clerk, how would you recommend the best way is to follow this one along?
I could simply reply to the letter and ask for that follow-up to be corresponded through myself.
Since the letter went to you anyway in the first place, right? Does that
would
work
be
good?
acceptable. Yes, thank you. I'd like to make that motion then.
Okay. So motion from Councillor Lococo that we receive the letter and that we ask the clerk to be kept abreast of the status as they go through this. Okay, motion by Councillor Lococo, second by Councillor Strange. If there's no discussion, all those in favor? Okay. Thank you, that's approved. 9.4, Downtown BIA has requested that 3 new members be appointed. Councillor Campbell.
Make the recommendation.
Motion by Councillor Campbell, second by Councillor Dabrowski, that Star Bowes, Kim Snyder, and Glenn Sparks be appointed for the remainder of the 2018 to 2022 term. Councillor Lococo? Oh, with a conflict for Councillor Lococo. All those in favor? Okay, and that's approved. Thank you. 9.5, Canada-US border openings, August follow-up. There's an email from CBSA regarding the border daily to attend, what's this, people who need to attend school. So the recommendation is for the information of council. Motion by Councillor Kerrio, second by Councillor Strange, that we receive and file. All those in favor? Okay, thank you. 9.6, City of St. Catharines Resolution, Niagara Regional Police Services Board. The recommendation is that we receive the information. Moved by Councillor Strange, second by Councillor Thompson. All those in favor? It's approved. Thank you. Item 9.7, the Town of Innisfil Resolution regarding casino host municipalities. So it's basically, we're part of that list of 25 municipalities that host casinos that we're basically asking the Premier to get engaged with the Provincial Officer of Health. Okay, moved by Councillor Strange, second by Councillor Campbell. All those in favor? Okay, that's approved. Thank you. City of Mississauga amended their noise bylaw. The recommendation is that we receive the information. Received by Councillor Pietrangelo, second by Councillor Thompson. All those in favor? Okay, and that's approved. Thank you. 9.9, Town of Prescott border closure resolution. Recommendation that we receive. Councillor Pietrangelo, motion to receive, second by Councillor Kerrio. All those in favor? Okay, and that's approved. Thank you. Item 9.10, excuse me, surplus residential building lot for accessible home. The suggestion is that we refer this to staff.
I think that's the recommendation, but then underneath that, it does have that Mr. Hurlovich has already weighed in on the matter and said that, you know, staff do frequently receive these requests, and further to that, that they've gone through the city inventory and that they don't see any lots that they would be able to give away to such causes. And I mean, it doesn't have anything to do with the cause. I think that if there was one there, that we would certainly, you know, probably support the cause. But that's the recommendation that comes back from staff. So I guess I'm just kind of asking, like, we can refer it to staff, but aren't they going to come back with the same email that Mr. Hurlovich already said to us?
Okay, so good point. So, Mr. Hurlovich, did you want to weigh? Oh, I'm sorry, Mr. Todd. Mr. Todd's got his hand. Did you want to weigh in on this?
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Council may recall, I can't remember the date, but several months ago, Council did ask us to go and look at other lots, other kind of opportunities throughout the city to look at affordable housing opportunities. So I think if this was referred to staff, we would group it with that kind of investigation.
So what's the recommendation then, that we just, what do you recommend?
This would just refer it to staff. And as we identify these properties, we would bring them back to council more collectively to determine what would be the best use in terms of an affordable housing situation.
Councillor Pietrangelo?
You know, just to weigh in on that, Your Worship, and just because Mr. Todd did mention affordable housing, I would be very much in favor of any property that we have turning it over to the region that can be used for affordable housing, as opposed to simply giving it away to a nonprofit organization. I think I'm comfortable with the nonprofits, but I would be more comfortable putting it in government hands, which would be the regional government, which looks after homelessness. That would be my comments.
What about things like Habitat for Humanity, groups like that we give lots to?
Those are just my comments, Your Worship. Again, I would always be more comfortable putting it in government hands.
I'm not always comfortable putting it in government hands. They're not the most efficient with money. Well, it's up to council here. The recommendation is that we refer to staff, and then they can put it with the... Okay, moved by Councillor Pietrangelo, second by Councillor Strange. We refer to staff. All those in favor? Okay, and that's approved. Thank you. 9/11, September 2020, launch of the community safety zone in the city of Niagara Falls. The recommendation is that we receive the information. Motion by Councillor Kerrio, second by Councillor Dabrowski. All those in favor? Okay, and that's approved. Thank you. Item 912, a letter from the Heavy Construction Association of Regional Niagara. Motion by Councillor Kerrio, second by Councillor Strange, that we receive and file. All those in favor? Okay, and that's approved. Thank you. Item 9.13, Emancipation Day. There's a recommendation that council support the private members bill to have August 1st of every year as Emancipation Day in Canada. Okay, motion by Councillor Pietrangelo, second by Councillor Dabrowski. All those in favor? Okay, and that's approved. Thank you. 9.14, proclamation request Cybersecurity Awareness Month for the month of October.
Move the proclamation, Your Worship, and the next two as well, 15 and 16.
Okay. Okay, so motion by Councillor Pietrangelo, second by Councillor Strange, that we recognize the Cybersecurity Month for October, Respiratory Therapy Week for October 25th through 31st, and CN Rail Safety Week, September 21st through 27th. All those in favor? Okay, and that's the way we do it. Ratification of in-camera meetings, Mr. Clerk.
Council met earlier this afternoon in camera session, and matters coming out of that meeting are that council accept the offer to purchase the secondary walking path into Corwin Park, located between 6462 Irwin Avenue and 6472 Irwin Crescent for $5,800, and that the includes fence being removed. Also, that council accept an offer to purchase Parts 10 and 11 of Reference Plan 59R 16783 for a cost of $199,740, subject to adjustments. That is all.
Motion by Councillor Pietrangelo to move the in-camera recommendation, second by Councillor Campbell. All those in favor? Okay, thank you. Bylaws.
For second and third.
Motion by Councillor Pietrangelo, seconded by Councillor Dabrowski to give the bylaws a first, second, and third reading. Okay, but Councillor Thompson wants to be against the cannabis bylaw. And Councillor Lococo as well. Aside from those two, all those in favor? Okay, and that's approved for the rest. Thank you. New business? Councillor Pietrangelo?
The only one?
Because let's get yours over with. How many do you have? Councillor Dabrowski.
Wow, I have to collect my thoughts. Couple of things tomorrow night. Queen Street's hosting a movie night with Pat Mastriani from Degrassi High. The event was supposed to take place a couple of weeks back, but it rained, so Pat's coming down. It's a free event, social distance in effect. He'll bring his fedora. Yep, he'll sign free autographs. I have that one. Reading the paper last week, I saw an article about I think it was called a transboundary, the Niagara River becoming a transboundary Ramsar site, and I'm not familiar with that term. Read the article and was a bit kind of not confused, but would love to learn more. So I'm wondering if I can make a motion for staff to bring back a report to just discuss what it's all about and who's involved and what it would mean.
Okay, so motion by Councillor Dabrowski, second by Councillor Strange. Has staff come back with an update on Ramsar? That's something we dealt with, I think, the last term of council. All those in favor? Okay, and that's approved. Thank you for that.
One more. I know Councillor Lococo had mentioned Halloween, and obviously the mayor has mentioned as well, and it might be something that's brought down from the province. Just a quick update. Through one of the events that I run, Niagara Falls Comic-Con, I've reached out to Noel Buckley over at the Scotiabank Convention Centre, thinking about working with the Scotiabank Convention Centre through Comic-Con on a charitable initiative, whether it be a drive-through trick-or-treating experience or a drive-through plus parade trick-or-treat experience. But either way, wanted to provide that update, and obviously as we learn more from the province and learn more as a city, that might be something the city might want to get involved in. But I'll keep you guys updated, and hopefully we have a better understanding of what's happening on the 31st on October 6th, or by October 6th. That's all I got.
Okay, it's great. Thank you very much. Councillor Pietrangelo.
Your Worship, I just have one issue. It's in regards to Fernwood subdivision. I know that I've spoken to you, I've spoken to Mr. Lustig about this. So the driving range that is located on the north side of Lundy's Lane, what the people who live on Osprey Avenue are finding is that golf balls are making their way from the driving range into the subdivision. I think I might have forwarded 11 or 12 different emails from different residences that have experienced this. So Gerald Spencer from Bylaw Services has been involved, but right now we need to make an amendment to one of our bylaws so that Mr. Spencer can actually have something that he can enforce. Perhaps I could let Mr. Lustig explain anything more, but I guess my motion would be that I would like council to support an amendment to our streets bylaw to make it illegal to for anyone really to be shooting golf balls onto our city roads and onto our sidewalks, and then that will give Mr. Spencer something to enforce. So perhaps I can pass it over to Mr. Lustig if he has any other comments, and if not, Your Worship, that is my motion.
Okay. Okay. Mr. Lustig, did you anything you want to add to that? Briefly?
Sure. So I spoke with Councillor Pietrangelo about this on a couple of occasions, or emailed with him. And while the city doesn't have any authority with respect to prohibiting this particular activity in relation to private property, so in other words, with respect to allegedly the golf balls being hit into private property, that's not our area control. We certainly do have the control over our own highways. And so to the extent that the golf balls are falling on the city's own streets, Osprey is the one that's been suggested. The city has a bylaw that currently is in place. It's been in place since 2002. It was amended in 2005, but it prohibits the obstructing, encumbering, or filing of highways and other things as well. And so we could add a section to the bylaw to specifically deal with making it an offense for a owner or operator of a golf course or golf driving range to permit anyone to hit a golf ball from the golf course or golf driving range onto a city highway. And that would be an offense under the bylaw if it was passed. And then the bylaw enforcement officers, after the bylaw came into force, if they had enough evidence to establish that that activity was being carried on, they could lay a charge, and ultimately it would be dealt with in court on the evidence. And maybe more practically, it could also be used as leverage in order to get the owner-operator to put up whatever is necessary in order to restrict this activity from happening. So that was what was discussed, and so it would be authorizing staff to prepare for you for the next meeting an amendment to bylaw number 2002-064.
Okay, Councillor Pietrangelo.
Yeah, thanks, Your Worship, and I thank Mr. Lustig for that. And I just wanted to mention as well that the situation is very real. If you look at the emails, and I know I had forwarded all of them to you, there's a lot of people that are actually living in fear out there. One lady had sent pictures of her car that was hit by a golf ball when it was on the road. Other people talk about the fact that they're always looking when they're cutting their lawn, or they don't want to let their kids outside. I know one lady makes her kids wear helmets in their backyard when they're swimming because of these flying golf balls. When they're swimming, yeah, or even if they're in the backyard. So, Your Worship, yourself, someone who's been hit by a golf ball, I know you have your own personal experience. I mean, it's a scary situation because, I
was golfing with him when it happened.
Believe that? Way before council. That goes back like 30 years probably,
yeah.
Something like that.
Yeah.
But anyway, Your Worship, I would appreciate it if council will direct staff to move forward with the amendment, and then hopefully it can be passed on October 6th. I think the residents are looking for new and improved nets. There are nets that are there right now, but they're small and they're ragged. They're in need of some repair. So some new and some bigger nets would hopefully solve the problem, Your Worship.
So motion by Councillor Pietrangelo, second by Councillor Strange. What's he have a conflict?
Yeah, absolutely. I hit the balls on the wrong road.
Okay, we'll call the vote. All those in favor? Okay, and that's approved unanimously. Thank you for that. Yeah. And I've got two quick pieces of new business as well. One, I'm just asking for two staff reports. One is and I spoke with the staff about this, a zoning approval sunset clause report, or they call it down zoning, where in the city we've got a lot of proposals approved. I think the number's well over 30, where there's development proposals, but they don't actually move forward on them. And some of them are quite old, and they never move forward. And the reason they do that is they get them approved so they can borrow against the increased value, but they many times don't have any intention of building. So many communities are now doing these sunset clauses where there are certain conditions, and if they don't satisfy the conditions, it's kind of a conditional zoning approval, then it reverts back to its original zoning. And they have the option to come back to City Council to have that extended, but it's not forever. Councillor Pietrangelo?
Thanks, Your Worship. And so you're just asking for a staff report?
Yeah.
Yeah, I'll be happy to move that. But the one question I had is, any sunset clause, would that pertain to properties that are already have that zoning?
No.
It wouldn't, right? It would only be on a go-forward
Right.
basis that the city would have to make a
Yeah.
change to their zoning bylaws.
And I asked you, Mr. Lustig, about that. So this obviously would be go forward anyway.
Right.
Nothing we can do about the past ones, but something we could do about the future ones. Good example he gave is the Canadian Motor Speedway, where that one, they've got the sunset clauses, so it keeps control in the council chambers.
Right.
It's not forever and indefinite.
Okay, well, I'll be happy to move a staff report.
Okay, moved by Councillor Pietrangelo, seconded by Councillor Kerrio. All those in favor? Thank you for that. And I've got one last one. This one came up, this is in regard to comments that the Premier made not too long ago about people being, the province changed the rules of drinking in public spaces. And we have had this come up in certain situations, like for example, Fireman's Park. This wouldn't be for all types of situations. So anyway, all I'm asking is if we could have staff do a report back on the provincial changes and where we may or may not decide to apply it. Moved by Councillor Pietrangelo, second by Councillor Lococo. All those in favor?
That was Kerrio.
What did I say? Oh, I'm sorry, Councillor Kerrio, second by Councillor Lococo. All those in favor? Okay, thank you very much. Motion for adjournment, Councillor Dabrowski, second by Councillor Thompson. All those in favor? And we're adjourned. Thank you. We made it in before 9.